or put in some requirements that carries decentralization and participation and governance to their logical conclusions. And then one last area that bothers me is the issue of performance assessment and and as part of the accountability of local government structures and the entities. I think that the constitution, the assembly system, I mean, when every time local government elections come and the participation give me, but I want to look at some of the issues in the particularly chapter 20 itself. As I told you, the 3560 in the directive principles of state policy are still very important for me. In 241, the constitution of districts and redrawing of boundaries of districts, we need to have to clarify it's urgently the responsibility. Where should that emanate from? And you see, and even after districts have been redemarcated, we haven't kept up with the legislative instruments. We haven't. I mean, what legislative instrument governs various municipalities and things as they emerge? Very quickly, because I'm mindful of my time, if you look in 242, where we are discussing the composition of the district assembly and the relevance of members of parliament as assembly members, you see, the logic was to be able to provide a link between the national legislature and the local legislature. But I don't think it has worked well for various reasons. The priorities that MPs have given this assignment, they haven't given it much priority, but chief executives have also been known to post their letters to PO Box 1, Buedria. And so by the time the letter gets to you, I mean, the meeting is long gone, but it has not worked. And we may have to consider the recommendations of the earlier CRC report that we can have them in attendance or, but not as members of the assembly. Again, the calculation of appointed memberships. Indeed, the whole question of appointed memberships. People have queried the relevance of having the appointed memberships, the 30%. I am inclined to want that 30% retained. I'm inclined because it's a strategy for me, it's a strategy for interest group representation. I mean, as somebody described it, the election or the electoral process is geographical representation. And then we can use the appointment mechanisms for interest group representation for voices and people who may otherwise be left out. But then we need clarity in terms of the mechanics, the guidelines as to how to do this. And then another thing that has caused problems, how is that 30% calculated? Does it include the MPs? Does it include the chief executive and so on? We need clarification of what constitutes consultation. We need clarity on what constitutes traditional authority and their involvement. We need clarity on other interest groups also. Now, the Constitution may require the law or the minister to provide adequate guidelines, and so we can have that in writing. As you mentioned, Chair, one thing that has occupied us, is the appointment or the mode of selection of chief executives, whether election or other means of appointment, and having this discussion. I think excellent work done by CDG and its collaborators, her collaborators and other institutions indicates that there's appetite for the election of chief executives and election on a non-partisan basis. So if we go with that route, we will have to jettison all of those approval by 2/3 majority present and voting and all that English over there. But we still have to think about the implications of a partisan central government over a non-partisan local government. again, there have been discussions around harmonizing the terms of office between parliamentarians, the president, and chief executives. But then you see there is a different election cycle per this constitution for assembly members. It could be an investment in checks and balances, that new assembly members meet a chief executive who works with them for 2 years and then may be voted in, voted out, so that we could maintain that different cycle. Now, in the functions of the chief executive, nicely listed, there's a statement there, the chief executive as the chief representative of the central government in the district. What does this imply? Previously, it has been interpreted as the chief representative of His Excellency the President. And Ghanaians have used it, use moral suasion and everything. Oh, your father has given you an excellent person. Are you going to deny your father? It's an act of disrespect not to approve, and so on and so forth. What does this imply? What does this chief representative imply? And I'm suggesting that it may have been interpreted in ways that may have been inimical to devolution. So with a change of the mode of appointment of the chief executive, the modes of vacancy will also change. Again, the terms of office of the presiding member may also change. But there too, we can retain the 2 years, 2-year term to allow for checks and balances. And the whole issue of members present and voting may have to be looked. It was cited in the case of the chief executive, but not presiding member. We may have to look at all of the implications over there. The functions of the assemblies, again, I think because it's a constitutional document can only go so far and no more. It begins with the position that the parliament shall by law prescribe the functions of assemblies and indicates 3 priorities: the formulation and execution of plans, strategic mobilization of resources for overall development, and levying and collection of taxes. I believe that this is succinct, and people have used overall development as a catch-all phrase to accommodate all manner of emerging responsibilities that I think we should specify depending on our priorities as a nation. For instance, the security dimensions of it, while there's a whole law, I've forgotten what it's called. I've forgotten the number. It was one, but the security agencies and things all indicates, how DIE 6 and Reg 6 must be regulated and so on. Maybe we need to come out or identify some key priorities, one or two that can be included in the Constitution, so that there's no running away from it. I mentioned earlier, Chairman said, the typology of assemblies and the implications for administration and management. What qualifies a geographical area to be a district or a municipality or a metropolis? What are the processes for declaring a district capital or a municipal capital? I think we can put it in there. Can we have more provisions towards asymmetric decentralization, so that, again, unpacking the homogeneity of how it's been captured in here. The issues of emoluments, I think, should have a clearer, or should be clarified, so that there's a clearer link to local economic development. Here, in this current document, chief executives are to be paid out of the consolidated fund. Will it have implications where we have an elected chief executive? And again, payment of presiding members and other members, whilst it is alluded to that the emoluments of a presiding member of a district and other members shall be determined by the district assembly and paid out of the assembly's own resources. I think we need to emphasize that thing, because it should be a motivation for performance, for innovation, and for more sustainable inputs there. The Common Fund 252, Chair, I'm looking at my time also. The Common Fund 252 needs urgent attention as indicated by the earlier reports, earlier constitutional review committees, and then the white paper responses. They are very instructive in terms of the fact that there is like, as has been noted by others, or was noted even by that earlier CRC report, there's a contradiction there. I mean, on who appoints, say, the Common Fund administrator. I'm trying to see if I can, right. For instance, the contradiction was that by Article 71, the President, acting in consultation with the Council of State, appoints the Common Fund administrator. But Article 2524 is appointed by the President with the approval of Parliament. So that has to be clarified. Again, so that document actually captured that contradiction quite well. We have always wondered why other statutory funds have boards, but the Common Fund does not. You know, one argument I heard early in my career was that Parliament was the board managing the Common Fund thing. But I think that we need to keep an eye on it, and we need to keep an eye on how resources are managed and accounted for through the Common Fund. Some of the decisions, because even though the Common Fund law indicates, and I mean, I don't have it here because it's now contained as part of the 936, that, you know, allocations or certain allocations can be made. The responsibility of the Ministry of Finance in consultation with the Minister for Local Government in overseeing things. Some Common Fund administrators have indicated that they take their directions straight from the office of the President, so they can go ahead and, you know, the checks and balances need to be strengthened. That's all I'm saying about that matter over there. Chairman, sir, very quickly, I want also to suggest that we need to clarify the relationship between assemblies and Parliament, because 254 says that Parliament shall enact laws, take steps for the further decentralization of administrative functions and projects of central government, but shall not exercise any control over the assemblies that is incompatible with their decentralized status, otherwise contrary to the law. But it just it hasn't. Sorry. I mean, my frustration is speaking out at this. You see, so because this toing and froing hasn't indicated a consistent relationship. 255 and 256 deal with the regional coordinating councils, and somebody will tell you that this is the latest be my bonnet, or it was the latest be my bonnet. Is the same. You see, the idea of a coordinating entity to be able to derive benefits of there's a certain English, but benefits of, you know, a number of districts working together, coordinating, managing, and also overseeing things that spill over, like conflicts, like natural resource governance and so on. Somebody says that elephants and tigers don't know district boundaries. You know, they go into each other. We do need a regional coordinating council. I am also firmly supportive of the original vision that the regional level should be a coordinating entity, and not a political or not a policy-making entity, and all of this. However, we need to be able to clarify certain things. For instance, the composition of the Regional Coordinating Council, the presiding member and the district chief executive from each district, 2 chiefs from the regional houses of chiefs, and then, and yeah, I'm almost done. But that mode of selection of membership of the House of Chiefs, that sometimes even RCCs have sidelined chiefs in this discussion. I have been to a meeting where the chiefs were sitting on the in an ante room, and a meeting was going on somewhere. That hasn't been effective in terms of inclusion. And then again, perhaps if the functions of, they say the functions of the RCC shall be prescribed by an act of parliament, but if similarly 2 or 3 priorities of what RCC should be and can do is evident in the Constitution, it will help us to be sure what we want to do with this entity. I thank you for your attention, sir.
Thank you very much. I think, as happened with our kickoff on the natural resource conversation, we couldn't have picked a better person to set the ball rolling for this discussion on local government and decentralization. With your permission, I would like to acknowledge the presence of leadership Justice Sophia Kufu, retired and current member of the Council of State. She was present yesterday as well, and I think her continued presence here symbolizes the importance that she attaches to this exercise, and we are grateful for her implicit endorsement of what it is that this process is about. Welcome. So we'll proceed with a few reactions to this point. I think you've laid out really very fundamental issues in relation to local government. The concept of your idea of asymmetrical local government is one that I think is for me something that jumps out of the conversations around election of MMDs. One proposal, and I'll seek your reaction to this after we've taken all the comments. One proposal that's I think in that vein of asymmetrical decentralization is looking at how, if we're going to move in the direction of electing MMDCs, there's one idea that I'm familiar with, which says, you know, we have to do something about mayors at the city level, Accra, Kumasi, Tamale, Takoradi, and the others. And when it comes to elections, because these are economically viable entities, it makes more sense to do a lot of the decentralization work in these areas, but that there are too many districts that would not pass the economic viability test. And therefore, and their creation also, because it's been coupled with the creation of constituencies, the creation of these districts have been driven more by the political classes or the EC's interest in creating more constituencies than by any economic viability test. So, you know, we should decouple the two, the creation of the district from the creation of constituencies, and also, and this is where it gets probably politically messy, find a way to reaggregate some of the number of districts so that they can create economically viable units, and then we can let them elect. So, you know, as it is now, this proposal says we should elect city mayors, but what does that mean for Accra? If you elect the mayor of Accra, you're going to get about 20-something, if not 30 mayors, because Accra is no longer a cohesive city. Neither is Kumasi, neither is any one of these. You know, how do we do that? How do we have citywide mayors under this present scheme, where so many of the cities have been cut up into so many districts that would not make sense. Fiscal decentralization, one proposal I've also read in the submissions, is about the District Assembly Common Fund. You mentioned the board for the administrator of the Common Fund. In the 1969 and 79 constitutions, it was actually a local government grants commission. There was no District Assembly Common Fund administrator. There was a grants commission. So I think, and I mean, so would that address the concern that we have of the absence of a board? I think we had similar conversations around the Office of Administrator of Stuland, which is also without a board as such, and maybe that formulation, same idea applies here. The issue of RCC, relationship of the district to the RCC, I've seen a submission saying we should do away with regional ministers. If you want us to retain the RCC, would you retain it as just a coordinating administrative structure, or is it a political structure, in which case there will be a need for a regional minister? Or should we just keep it as part of the administrative decentralization? I think these are some of the immediate thoughts that jump out of the wonderful presentation that you made. I'll let my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Auntie Esther. Really interesting issues. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Honorable, esteemed Dr. Esther Gwaje. A couple of points, some of which have already been picked up by the chair, is the issue around the accountability when it comes to the common fund, not just in terms of oversight, but even in terms of what the monies are used for, and how we ensure that, increasingly, what is allocated to the districts is not spent in Accra on their behalf by the administrator. And the 79 Constitution, as the chair has mentioned, made provision for the, the Local Grants Commission. How do we crack this in such a way that, the fund serves the purpose for which it is meant? And then the issue of the MP's share of the common fund. What purpose does it serve? And how would you support a recommendation to just take them off completely from that and then leave the issue of using the fund for development to be managed by the assemblies? Linked to the assemblies is the issue of the RCCs. Now, assuming that we retain the RCCs in their present form, I was telling the chair that last week I met with a number of regional ministers, and one of the issues they raised was their relationship with the Minister of Local Government. That even though they are supposed to be colleague or peers, they de facto serve under the Minister of Local Government. And that has implications even for their budgets, because it's almost like it's the Minister of Local Government that then determines what comes to the RCCs. And given the kind of functions, the role that they are playing, they would prefer to be put back under the office of the president, where they are assured of allocations. We would like your view on this. And then, of course, the vexed issue of assemblies being created, every time we have is it a census? And then, because the political club, they want constituencies. Is there a way of decoupling, the creation of assemblies from the issue of constituency? And then with the, sorry, that's my last one, Mr. Chair. the proliferation, if I'll put it that way, of district assemblies, the whole issue of, I think, what we call inter-district equity comes in. That you split up Accra, you have Mamobi maybe having an assembly, and then you have cantonments having an assembly. In terms of the properties, I mean, the kind of property rates that they can, raise and support themselves, is vastly different, What are your thoughts, around the issue of this? You've already alluded to the issue of the gender and social equity in terms of appointments and etc. If we're moving towards election of the MMDCs, wouldn't that further, exacerbate that issue? Already, the representation is poor, and given what happens at the national level, won't the direct election of MMDCs also lead to further marginalization of women, persons with disability, young people in decision making at the assembly level? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I joined a bit late. My name is Rena Akumpergia, and I'm the Secretary to the Constitution Review Committee. Now, I want to pick on the idea that, so if you give like a city of Accra, are you open to the idea, I think Prof has alluded to it, are you open to the idea that we can collapse all the smaller districts and metropolitan assemblies within the greater Accra, and then have one overriding mayor? So if we say the mayor for Accra, there are no divisions within it. You don't have Bawe and Spintex and Makwala or whatever as we currently have now. So are you open to that? Is it feasible? Even if it's legally feasible, what would be the implications for having such a mayor system, where I know there will be resistance to say that hitherto a district assembly doesn't exist because the constitution has changed. We're going to face a lot of resistance to that. But is it feasible? Are you open to that? Now, the second point is that in terms of the structure and the autonomy of our district and metropolitan assemblies, what would be your insights into giving them financial autonomy, so we can do away with the idea of a district assembly common fund coming from the central government? Because once you create a nexus between the economic outflow of resources from central government, then implicitly you are inviting central government to have a certain level of control of what happens within the district assemblies. So if we cut this umbilical cord of having the idea that money or resources must necessarily flow from the central government to the district assembly, empower them, whatever resources, and if we collapse them into viable economic assemblies, then they are able to have a more realistic revenue system where they can use their power as assemblies to raise revenue through levies and all of that, and of course have a certain take in the economic activities like natural resources. So if we have a metropolitan assembly or district assembly where gold, we have mining activities and everything, can they have a very realistic take in this economic activity so they can use it to determine their own developmental needs without recourse to the central government as we have now? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ofe Abuaji, for your very erudite presentation. I just have two questions to pop at you. The first one has to do with your statement on typology of the district assemblies.
Yes, please.
And you said it's a matter we need to take a critical look at. Now, I find some guidance in the Local Governance Act 2016,
right.
Act 936.
Yes.
And it says that for district, it should be a minimum of 75,000 people.
Yeah.
And for municipality, 95,000. And then for metropolis, 250,000 minimum.
Yeah.
would you say we should elevate this provision to constitutional status? And if so, why? If not, why not? That's one. And then two, you spoke about the board for the District Assembly Common Fund not having been established. And you were told in your earlier days that Parliament served as its board. Now, what would you recommend as membership of this board if we were to establish one, from your experience? Thank you.
Can I just assert Chairman prerogative to follow up on one of the questions based on the comments from my colleagues? So on this issue of fiscal decentralization, fiscal autonomy, and then you made an interesting point comparing the emoluments or compensation for the DCE compared as opposed to the presiding member. Now, assuming that we were able to transfer substantial resources to the local government unit, prevent re-centralization of or lock in their property rates powers, even possibly cede some GRA taxes, like very local, micro, informal sector tax collection. Why should the GRA be doing it, right? If we were to cede all of those to the districts, would you be open to the suggestion that the districts should then, to the extent that they are electing their mayors, should then be responsible entirely for the recurrent expenditure of the district, and then leave government transfers from the center to be used for capital projects or other local development, but your pay, whether you are DCE, you are the assembly, the recurrent expenditure of the assembly should be taken off the consolidated fund and be the responsibility of the locality, to give them an incentive to collect the taxes, to collect all of these things, so that we have some clear, but it's predicated on making sure that the monies they get from property taxes are fine. Maybe we would have to reevaluate, some reevaluation of property rates across the country, secure that, make sure the central government cannot get it, cede some of the GRA collections to the locals, especially in the informal sector. If we're able to, do that, would you be open to that idea, and would it be something that's practicable? And I think on the asymmetrical stuff, again, going back maybe for some clarity, what I'm thinking of is, under the current arrangement, a system where we could be electing some mayors if the local government unit is sizable and gives us a viable economic community at the local level, and be appointing mayors in some places where we don't have that. So you have a city manager model or some other model for some areas. That would be an asymmetrical model. You elect, but you don't elect everywhere. You elect in Accra, Kumasi, the regional capitals. And then for the time being, you don't elect in some places until such time that they have met a certain local viability test, in which case we can begin to re-aggregate some of them and give an incentive for that re-aggregation to happen. You create that asymmetry between city and not purely city. Non-capitals like Accra Tema can still elect, and other areas, but maybe Bonto Diasi District Assembly doesn't elect, until they can actually meet a certain economic viability test. Would you be open to some kind of arrangement, asymmetrical arrangement of that kind? Then after you respond, then we can have the audience can also have another round of questions.
Thank you very much. These are great questions. These are very, 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 very important questions. We began with the discussion around asymmetrical decentralization. We've ended there. I think that I am very much interested in a phased and a nuanced approach to asymmetrical decentralization, because there is no way you can compare maybe I shouldn't say Equapem North, because even that won't be fair. But, let me use Equapem North, because that's what it is for me, to say Tema. it can't be compared. I mean, the situation, the resources, the basis, and so on cannot be compared. And so, if we have a phased approach where we have districts or local authorities with considerable potential, we can consider that, and I will pick up on the issues as they come. I strongly want to decouple districts from constituencies. I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. In terms of aggregating districts, you see, until 2018, there wasn't Ablikuma West or Ablikuma Central. They were sub-metropolitan district councils. And we didn't figure out how to make them work. And so we cut through it with the slides and said, you're a municipality, you get a municipality, everybody get a municipality. So we did it in Accra, we did to some extent in Kumasi, and so on. And I haven't done an assessment, but I don't know how well that approach has worked. They've all got coordinating directors and so on and so forth. But I haven't assessed whether it's been effective or not. But if you talk about AMA, AMA is a pale shadow of what AMA was. I mean, it's around, I think, Jamestown and there, yeah. And yes, that is AMA. Because Koleklote circle, Osu, right to the beach, Koleklote is huge. I mean, it's huge, it's vibrant, and it's rich because of the businesses and activities that are there. So local economic development in Kwale Klote, for instance, can be arguably stronger than AMA, even though AMA has central government, the old banks, and so on and so on. But in terms of vibrant activity, I would argue that, because even if I'm not afraid to say it, Movement Pick and all those are all Kwale Klote. Yes, they are all Kwale. So this balkanization of our metropolises and our hollowing out of our metropolises, I would like to do a good study on it, but I don't think it has added to what it is we could do. And you see, then that begins to address some of the questions that you raised, that if you pull this together, you can have resources to support Lankwantanang and all of those places, and within a larger pool of resources, and then you can get the economies of scale and pull it out, and then use that to bring the others along. So I'm not happy about the balkanization of the Metropolitan Assemblies, 2018 going on. The model of the Grants Commission is something we must look at very, very seriously, and then see if we can adapt it with our current terms. I'm still struggling with the relationship of RCCs to assemblies, because RCCs are required to provide oversight, technical backstopping. They are supposed to provide technical backstopping, oversight, monitoring and evaluation, even resolution of conflicts, and so on. But if you look in LI 2232, for instance, the National Development Planning, when they talk about inter-district and joint development areas, RCCs are not indicated. You see where I'm coming from. What it says to me is that as a nation, we are so ambivalent about what we want RCCs to do. In the previous Local Government Act 462, there was no elaboration of their rules, but 936 attempts to correct that by elaborating their rules. So for a long time, RCCs also didn't have direct budgetary resources for their work, apart from the transfers for salaries and that kind of thing. They didn't. And sometimes they have to go and beg the assemblies, and they have to go and credit petrol or something. I mean, when something is happening in their... So we need to think about it strongly. Now, I think the idea of having a regional minister is because in the context of Ghana being a unitary state, the government or an administration would want to have a focal person. I mean, I'm thinking a bit like our colonial era provincial governors kind of situation. But what it means is that these are also political actors. And over my period in the work I've done, the relationship with a local government minister can be very interesting. If you have a strong regional minister, I mean the days of, he can tell the local government minister that I am meeting my chief executive, so I can't make them available to you. Yes. Oh, I've seen somebody, a Greater Accra regional minister. They said, I'm meeting my chief executive. They are not available, you know. And then the minister, who may also not be as strong, will meekly say, okay, you can do that. You see, so the power surges and goes back, depending on the character, personality, and influence of the regional minister, vis-a-vis party structures and so on and so forth. So there may be maybe a modicum of some representation, but we need to emphasize the coordinating role of the regional level if we want to really empower our local authorities and devolve authority totally. You see, and we have this unfinished business with development authorities. Northern Development Authority, and we haven't thought through that one as well. So we need to see how that fits into the public administration architecture of this country. Chairman said, and again, the issue, again, we do need an entity which will exercise accountability, oversight, and track what the monies are used for and what they actually get used for. Which leads to the question of, it's not called the MP share of the common fund, it's called the constituency share of the common fund. And the idea is that an MP will look into the district medium-term plan and then the annual plan and pick an activity that would benefit that constituency. And in the name of the MP, that activity is performed. But you see, it all goes to foster the influence and the visibility. I mean, I've seen very early in the days of this thing, an MP used to have exercise books with his face printed on it and everything. And the anecdotal information is that the MPs use it as a leverage to approve the common fund formula. I mean, if it doesn't come, it doesn't. Senior, you're laughing. Yeah. So basically, but really, strictly speaking, I am not happy with this allocation of it. We have to be able to allocate the available resources equitably, systematically, and in line with the budgetary provisions along the planning that we've been able to do. Having said that, the relationship between the RMs and the Minister of Local Government, it also reminds me of something. Again, the Honorable Kwamna Hoy, many years ago at GIMPA, and I was teaching then about 94, 93, 94. He said the resistance to it is that people are seeing the local government minister as some kind of super minister. And if we've all been appointed on the same role, what makes you super? There will always be a difficulty with it. And that difficulty is being attempted to be resolved by the creation of an interministerial coordinating committee in Act 936, which is supposed to help to focus on decentralization, but bring the sectors together to have a holistic impact on development through the IMCC. So perhaps we need to see, you see, and the IMCC by law is under the office of the president. And we may have to explore some of those options. I think my colleagues here can also give us a bit of input into that. Assemblies, you see, the indication of the, you see, population size was one of the criteria for identifying or demarcating or justifying the creation of an assembly. But there were other factors, like the economic viability, like social, historical, and cultural peculiarities, and so on and so forth. I think the time has come for us to look at the economic viability element of it, because it's based on economics that we can propel an assembly to be sustainable and to function effectively. We need to emphasize that. But you see, again, we've used that in the political arguments that have been made, people jostling. Yesterday I met a young man who did his PhD on the back and forth of how people negotiate the creation of districts and the factors that are taken into account. We need, as a nation, to put our foot down and emphasize the economic viability dimension if you are going to play. The election of MMDCs, will it exacerbate those who may not ordinarily be elected to do this? We need to do checks and we need to balance it. I mean, in terms of how these parties are represented and the voice of social accountability, strengthening voice at that level. I've talked about this as development entities and the unfinished business. I've talked about all of that. Yes, so would I be open to a system where a district would be charged with addressing recurrent costs and leaving central government funding for capital infrastructure that could even have national implications? Yes, but we would have to capacitate them. You see, there's been a lot of talk over the years of even weaning some of the bigger assemblies off common fund, TEMA and others, you know, that because they can actually, if we are really, really serious about mobilization of revenue, they could stand on their own feet. But you see, the assemblies even don't have proper valuation systems. The valuation systems leave a lot to be desired. So even the collection of property taxes leave a lot to be desired. Of course, there are some. I mean, somebody was asking that when you have a town with many an old town, cocoa, cracheful houses, whose children have inherited, who actually pay. I mean, we need to clarify all those small things. But if we strengthen it and then build their capacities for partnerships with local entities, how they engage the local private sector, as well as the issues around the municipal finance bill and local government finance, so that they can, you know, attract partnerships to raise resources through those means. We have to build those capacities. So we do it with that eye, but strengthen their capacities to raise resources at their level. Right. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Yeah, we have one of our members online who, Ms. Osai.
She's actually sent the question.
She sent it.
Yes. So these are two questions from one of the members of the committee, Ms. Charlotte Osai.
Yes.
Yes. So I'm going to read them verbatim.
Read them verbatim.
So, please, would DOC support some constitutional requirements with regard to qualifications for DCE, MCEs, and members? Alternatively, how does she think we can improve the capacity at these assemblies in view of their statutory and constitutional responsibilities?
Okay.
Now, there's a second question that says, second question, how can we involve chiefs and queen mothers better at the local government level beyond sharing of stool lands revenue? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Right.
May I follow up on that question? Yeah. So on the election, you know, when we worked with the Parliament in 2019, together with IDEC, on the bill that was laid before Parliament to try to amend the Constitution to allow MMDCs to be elected on a party basis. One of the reasons the party in the opposition at the time gave for not going along with the proposal was that the bill dealt only with election of MMDCs and that there were other companion reforms that needed to go along with the election of MMDCs, because once you open that Pandora's box, there are so many other things that would be affected, and yet the bill didn't deal with that. It dealt only with election. Now, upon reflection, I think there's clearly merit to that argument. Once you elect MMDCs on, say, a no-party basis, what do you do about the numbers? The parties, when they're involved, serve as a filter, right? So they filter, and we can get the numbers now. If you announce today that you wanted to elect mayors in Accra, you could end up, conceivably, without any requirements, right? Listing qualifications, which is why it's related. Without requirements in terms of eligibility or qualification, you could end up with about 100 people putting their names up to be elected. How do you deal with that number? And then going back to Alhaji Tanko's point about exacerbating some of the representational issues, one proposal that I have seen would be, for example, to deal with the issue of gender diversity. What about this idea that we could then require a two-person ticket for mayor, the other person being of the opposite sex, so that you would necessarily end up with a mayor or deputy mayor who is not who is male or female. Or if you're not electing them on the ticket, then upon election, the mayor must appoint a deputy mayor who is of the opposite sex, which is also a practice in some other countries, right? Okay. Then just a comparative model here. So the Kenyans have gone through a process of devolution, moving away from the same system. They are still a unitary state, like us, but they've gone back to a model. They've gone to a model now that has only 2 layers of government practically in the Constitution, right? So you have a central government and 47, 48 counties, they call it, and have done away with the provinces which were at the intermediate level, and they only have 48 of those, right? Kenya is, in size of economy, certainly larger than ours, about 1.5 our population in terms of population size, land mass equally larger than us, right? So if they are able to do with one central government and 48 counties, how are we running this place with one central government, X number of development authorities, 16 regions, 200 and close to 70-something districts, right? I mean, do you have a sense of the optimum size of the number of districts that we could work with in this space?
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Charlotte, Mrs. Osei. Do I support qualifications for MMDCs? Most certainly, NDCs. I do support a clear set of criteria qualifications because they have a job description. Their job is technical, it's leadership, it's managerial, and all of what goes into being a chief executive. So that if a chief executive, you see, this assembly thing, it could be easily thought of, I mean, in new public management terms, aligned to a corporation, aligned to a corporation, the sense that if you look at it from the new public management perspective, they're a corporation. So the managing director, the chief executive of this thing, a corporation, of a district, should be able to be technically competent, managerially sound, and leadership oriented, and whatever you want that person to be. Now, we have done something over the years where we also pay attention to ethnic and sociocultural considerations in the selection of these leaders. The person must be an indigenous of this place, having resided there for a number of years, and so on and so forth. I remember there was an experiment. I don't know if it was an experiment, but I think President Rawlings did it. Our chief executives from different ethnic groups in different places, and yes, and then also I think very early, I don't know whether it was President Mahama, but I remember Honorable Lion in the Volta region. Honorable Lion was Afotagbo, yes, I'm not sure, but whether we want to add to the technical, managerial, leadership, and emotional intelligence competencies, want to add to, certainly we can have, but years of experience, demonstrated capacity, demonstrated and with a clear vision of what they want to do for this district. I mean, we have to stringently select what is good for us in that capacity. Having said that, the debate has been that this is also academic.
You are not excluded.
No,
PhD will be allowed.
Academic, because I mean, academic, because the person must be able to understand or have a certain level of capacity to critically analyze certain things that pass their table. But you see, the interesting thing about this is that it's also about democracy and representation. The person your people feel most confident that they can represent them. Where a fisherman can be elected over maybe a university professor. So how do we balance this? Hopefully. How do we balance this? That the person has the confidence that this person can represent my interests. And what support systems do we put in place? Now, when we were doing it purely, we're doing more oriented towards the democratic, emphasizing democratic principle, the representation and stuff. That was where people were arguing that the appointed memberships should be purely technocratic, so that whoever is in power has a certain architectural or certain base, a certain structure to develop this one. But I think that if we're going to have a chief executive, the person must be able to pass a certain short list of academic attainment, experience, and be able to give us a vision, a workable vision. I mean, the person may not be 100 years old, but they'll have a vision for innovating, which will also resonate with young people and that kind of thing. But you have a balancing act. The democratic part, your presiding member can absorb that. Early in my career, a lot of the presiding members tended to be chiefs, religious leaders. I did a small study in about 2000, and they were predominantly chiefs, religious leaders, and that kind of thing. In terms of the Kenyan model, it's a very, very, very attractive. So the gender, Chairman, as you were speaking, you talked about an innovation, the notion of a deputy mayor, which we don't have now. I believe it would help. It could help to balance, because, you see, in practice, what happens in a lot of our localities is that people will argue that this MP is from this ethnic group. And so we balance it with the chief executive from this ethnic group. And therefore, the presiding member is the turn of this ethnic group. You see, so they share it that way and rotate it amongst themselves. So maybe the deputy mayor position may be a conduit for managing some of these niceties. Now, the Kenyan model is interesting, but I'm thinking about the cost of social change. You see, you can do revolutionary things when you've had a war or there's been a massive change. Like Rwanda could go out and do stuff, Uganda did stuff, that kind of thing. So I'm asking, this social change has evolved over the years. How would we manage the social cost of weaning ourselves off a political regional layer? How would we wean ourselves off that? And again, with the increasing partisanship and other forms of division that have crept into our fabric, we'll have to manage that social cost very carefully. The change management process must be invested in. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. This has been a very enlightening conversation. It's 11:20. If we went up to noon and took a break, so we could use another 30 minutes for Q&As, a second round of Q&As for her. Then we'll take a break and resume. Lunch is not until 2 o'clock. So a round of questions, we can take 4, and then she will have a turn at it, and then we'll start from you. You introduce yourself.
My name is Eric Osumens.
And if you can be briefer than the chairman, of course.
Okay. Eric Osumens, I'm with the Constitutional Review Committee Secretariat, but I was a deputy clerk in Parliament. And as the presenter made mention of about the capacity of the district assemblies, apart from the assemblies in the big towns, you could see that the capacity of the members of the assembly in the other areas are very weak. And I'm sure this was the reason why, in the mind of the framers of the Constitution, they put a 30% there for people with expertise. In fact, I was at the Consultative Assembly, and I know that was the reason why the 30% was put in the Constitution, so that the technocrats and the people with expertise can help the assemblies so that they can up their capacity. But what we have also seen is that now the 30% has also been turned to appointed a political. So you go to the assembly and you look at the capacity of the people there. You realize that even if central government should push so much money to the assembly, they cannot manage it effectively. So I don't know, as we are talking about qualification of DCs, is it possible to find a way to state the qualifications or the type of expertise that the 30% could be made up for the district assemblies? Should we have it at all? I think it's necessary that we have it.
I like it. Put it off. To be very brief, because I have a lot of stuff, but to be very brief, in terms of this 30%, if it's to be still in existence, or no, let me even put it aside. In terms of assuring gender equity, should not a certain minimal number of feminine appointees be stipulated? I think I'll put it that way. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Maoli Dake. I'm an active citizen. Great. I have 2 quick questions and then 1 big concern. We see that increasingly, when we talk about decentralizing, we continue to decentralize the responsibilities whilst we continue to consolidate the power and the resources at the central level. And I'm hearing some of the discussions and conversations that I feel could easily exacerbate that situation. So even as we think through the recommendations for the reform, I think we have to be intentional and mindful with those recommendations to ensure that even as we decentralize the responsibility, so that we are not giving the responsibilities to the local people and then the national people have more resources to buy champagne and fly luxury jets and stuff like that. My second question has to do with this local government thing is kind of Auntie Esther's life. So even if she has the whole day, she can give us 100 recommendations or tell us all the problems that there are with the system as we have it. But with all the numerous issues you have raised, we know that they can't all be of equal importance. If we put a gun to your head, oh, not a gun, if we put something to your head and ask you, what is the one important recommendation that we absolutely must pursue in the reform process, what would that be? And what would you say is the number one deformity that you've seen with the system that we have that we must change? And then to my big concern, Prof raised it, and I was going to disagree with him strongly, and then Auntie Esther also raised it, so now I can't disagree strongly. So the issue about economic viability, I know that you two are raising this in a certain context. 10 years down the line, it will revolve into something completely different from what you are talking about, where, because the political, democratic, social considerations are equally important. For some of us, even more important than the economic viability consideration. So how can we be mindful and make sure that there is protection in there where we don't end up creating a class system where certain areas are completely ignored because they don't have the economic viability as a precondition for some of the conversations that we're having. Thank you very much.
Next.
One man.
Should I ask my question? Okay. It's just so I'm looking at the legal perspective side of it. So sorry, my name is Agatha Roxon. I am an academia and then a lawyer as well. So thank you very much, Doc Esther. Your presentation was really good, to the point as well, very concise. So I've got two questions. The first one is regarding Article 252, which talks about the emoluments.
Right.
So you did mention, in terms of us emphasizing on the 1 second, 250. So 2, yes.
The presiding member.
Yeah, in terms of we emphasizing on how they are paid from their assembly's own resources. So my question is, how do we emphasize on it? Because the article is quite clear. So is it in terms of interpretation? And my lady CJ will be able to elaborate a bit on that. But is it in terms of the interpretation of it? Because I see from my perspective or legal perspective, the wording is so clear that it's really spelled out well in the Constitution. So amending it in what sense, or emphasizing it in what sense? And my last question is in terms of, you did mention re-centralization, or did I not get it? I think you did. Yes, you said re-centralization. So I had a question there, and it's, what are your bases for proposing re-centralization?
I said we should guard
A guard against, yes.
A caveat against re-centralization.
Yes, great. So that makes sense then, yes. And yeah, I do go with you'd made a proposition in terms of the harmonizing the assembly members' appointment. I do agree with that as well. So no, thank you very much. Yeah.
You want that? Let me talk about it.
No, it's okay. I'm on the program for tomorrow, so I can come. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Esther. You did make some references to Kenya, and I thought that If we look at it critically, Kenya as a state has evolved with clear understanding of what the civil service is and what the parties are. And so you would find the civil service in Kenya truly, you just feel how split they are. They can work with ministers, but their domain is clearly defined and the competencies and qualifications are such. I think here we are struggling. I don't see how our institutions are protected to the extent that the politician cannot move somebody, you know, a civil servant or something, without going through processes or so on. And a classic case is CLOSAG, which I thought I should. They've always fought for who heads birth and death registry. And they said, this is within, this is within, you know, the civil service, okay? And you can, and therefore it's not an area where a politician will make a decision, get out, and nobody defends that. And that brings the question of the relationship between the institutions of state, the civil service, the public service, and then the politician. That fusion is something that we need to critically look at, the politicians' control and how easily they can override the autonomy or the protection that the institutions must have as institutions of state with various competencies, which you see in many countries as well, in Europe and so on. But it looks like the politicians here, we haven't been able to get them either to understand the roles, who are the agents of the state, and well taken of and protected in our system. There's still a tension, and politics usually triumphs over that. And that is something that I think we ought to scrutinize in looking at issues of this nature.
Any other? Sure.
Good morning. My name is Ayukwe Otu, former Attorney General. Madam, I know you have been involved in this matter for a very long time. I have noticed, looking at 245 of the Constitution, this whole idea of strategies for the effective mobilization of resources necessary for the overall development of the district. It doesn't work. No. They are unable to do it. No. As High Commissioner, I try to bring people, MDCs, Accra, Central Region, Asante Region, for some training. Because I could see how their system just worked by you paying your rate. Once you pay your property rate, that's it. Your waste, your whatever is taken care of, including even riding on public buses. Riding on public buses. Why are we unable to collect property rate? What shall we do? I remember at a point AMA contracted me to collect money from people who default, using the fear of the law. Not that they want to prosecute them, but you write a strong letter and tell them, we are going to sell your house if you don't pay. Then they rush and come and pay. That issue, I think we need to look at it well. Is there a way by which we can get this thing properly done? Thank you.
All right. Chairman,
Dr. Jonah?
Here's my uncle's.
Questions. One, Dr. Esther Ofe Abwaji, aka Antester. Would you support taking all metropolitan assemblies off the common fund in order to give less privileged assemblies more money? That's the first question. Then the second question, to what extent would you attribute the poor performance of some of our assemblies to the ineffectiveness of the substructures? Because you don't take care of the substructures at all.
Right. Okay. Then I can.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you, Doc, for the presentation. My question has to do with how we have domesticated. My name is Noah Adamti. I am the research lead for the committee. So my question has to do with how we have domesticated separation of powers horizontally under our constitution between the various organs of government. I've had the experience where I've had to represent either the assembly or an MP in court when one of them is suing the other on issues about the distribution of common funds. We usually raise an issue between the MP and then the DC. And sometimes it's because the DC is someone who is likely to contest the MP in the next election. So the issue has always been that there will be that disconnect between the MP in the community who wants to be the champion of local development and then the assembly. Do you think that we need to have a system where the MPs are focused exclusively on their specific mandate of making law at the central government level and leave the local development of the districts clearly to the DCs or the district assemblies to manage, to prevent that kind of issue that arises at that level? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, another question has emerged from this end of the table. So this is in reaction to the point about qualifying persons to become eligible to contest for MMDCE. And I think the distinction you draw between democracy and technocracy at that level, I think is a very useful one, that it's the assembly where we do most of the democracy, but in terms of the executive function, it should be more professional, technocratic, and therefore we need to have additional criteria for qualifying. Now, what would be the role of the Public Services Commission? Because once you set up criteria, somebody must do the administration of the criteria and application of it. So, you're going to get a lot of fake degrees. Someone has to do the due diligence and all of that. What is the role of the Public Service Commission in this, filtering system before we get to the election?
Thank you. These are very great questions. I'm going to see what I can do, but I think that they will require input from all of us in that. Good. The role of the Public Services Commission in all of this, and again, I want to harness that to address Dr. Akwite's issue also. The Public Services Commission is charged with human resources management of the public services of this country. And actually, their law actually defines who a public servant is. In the interpretation, it defines it. I had occasion to look at it because my daughter was asking me yesterday. If we had a strong PSC, the PSC would be able to, should be able to protect public servants against the whims and caprices of politicians. If we had a strong PSC. I don't know what has happened over the years, but it used to be stronger. When I started my life in public service, it used to be stronger than I think it is now. I think they will forgive me for saying that. But I would imagine that if you talk to past chairs and members of the Public Services Commission and the Civil Service Council and heads of civil service, they will tell you that they do far more protection of civil servants than ever becomes public. Because a politician gets, I can't work with this fellow, take him away. And really make the place untenable for the public servant to work in. And then, they manage the situation, they smoothen the situation. I know one head of civil service indicated to the chief of staff that I am not going to move any chief director at the whim of a minister. So please tell your people, that we are not going to negotiate this, so that they do more backing and forcing than comes into the public domain, managing all of these things and managing these relationships and protecting them and doing all of that. CLOSAG pops up now and then and agitates and pursues certain things. But again, they also have to have their issues clear, because these are all human institutions. So they have their areas of strength and interest, and even there within it, they may have their energies. But to answer the question you asked, I think we need to capacitate the Public Services Commission very strongly. In the early era of this experiment, the era of Paddock and so on, a chief director, for instance, had to be also politically aligned. But somewhere along the line, that got shoved into the thing, so that they go through these processes where they are selected. They are selected through processes that the Public Services Commission has outlined. Last year and the years before, the Public Services Commission has made efforts to educate appointees that if you don't have your appointment regulated, for instance, what does the law say about you becoming a chief executive of a public entity? That your board should engage the Public Services Commission and they will make a recommendation, and you make a recommendation to the president before your appointment is ratified. If anything happens, you will have yourself to blame. If anything happens and you are not getting the perks or what is due you from your office, you will have yourself to blame. Point I'm making is the Public Services Commission has been trying to assert itself and point people in the right direction as to how they should be appointed by the system, so that they can be protected by the law and by everything in the documentation that they has. So the Public Services Commission, if we are getting people to be public servants paid out of the public purse, must have a key role in the filtering process. I mean, somebody, but you see, I can imagine that there will be a whole outpouring of applications, which will have to be sieved out and then followed up. But what has to be done has to be done in that regard. This issue about separation of powers at the local level, I think it goes back to the issue of whether, who are MPs in the local government system? What's their role? Should they be actually members of assemblies, or should they be in attendance, or should they be brought on? Our people haven't gotten accustomed to the idea that MPs don't bring roads. MPs don't do development. We haven't become accustomed. We are still in that thing. So that we have to continue the education and the reorientation in such a way that there is that. Perhaps the effort to fuse the assembly into a legislating, executing, taxing, and planning authority, that's what it is, may be partly to blame for the situation in which we find ourselves. But we need to think through this. I wish I could say more and more effectively, but that's where I'm going with this. Would I support Common Fund to be eventually, metros? Yes, I would. But we have to build their capacities to optimize the resources that they have. The capacity to negotiate, the capacity to raise funds, the capacity to be innovative, the capacity to support private sector and be attractive to private sector, the capacity to put in infrastructure that will help them to attract these relationships. Eventually, it won't be now, but we can have a phased process of getting there. The ineffectiveness of the substructures is also a problem because it doesn't carry democracy to its logical conclusion. And then there are a lot of things that can be done at the substructure level, which can help governance at the district level, and then also so that the upward speculation of the views and the aspirations of the people, and also achieving social accountability, can be a viable vision. The issue of strategy, that they should have strategies for effective mobilization of resources. You see, in my earlier submission, I said we have to unpack this thing somehow, because it's become a catch-all phrase, a catch-all basket for things which are not happening. You see, because valuation of properties is weak, collection is weak, efforts to digitize collection, they work in some places, they don't work in others. And a whole lot of experimentation has gone on, which has to be properly harnessed and dealt with. We need to get that clear and yeah. So basically, the references to Kenya and a clear separation of what the civil service is and what political entities are. You are right. But you see, we are struggling. We are struggling. Look, we've said to civil servants cannot and should not do politics. There's a Supreme Court ruling on that. I think it's 28, thereabouts. So as for the local government service, if your face appears on a poster, if you don't know and you stand election, if you don't know and your hometown people nominate you as an appointed member, they'll sack you. They'll sack you. They'll sack you. The civil service and the local government service. But it's different from for some of the other public services. You can campaign. If you win, then you go. You see what I'm saying? We have to be clear in our minds what they can do and what they cannot do. You see, so there too we have to invest some energy in clarifying what we mean by non-partisan orientation for our public services, and not just our civil services, but even our public services and so on. Because a doctor who campaigns and he loses, you have to come back and work with the people and say, hey, today I know who you are, that kind of thing. So having said that, I didn't talk about capacity building because it's extremely important, extremely important. Capacity development, as we see it now, is extremely expensive because the numbers are many. Assembly members are about 9,000, substructure people around 16,000, 17,000, so that it's expensive. And then, so in the absence of that, there are many initiatives going on, people, different quality, different types. How can we take advantage of innovative approaches? How can we use technology? How can we streamline capacity development for all the attendant, the people, beyond the chief executive and possibly a deputy chief executive? And as for them and the coordinating directors and so on, theirs is taken care of. But for the assembly members themselves, how do we capacitate them to be able to deliver on what it is they have to do? Again, as part of the ensuring female participation, the stipulation, we have to look carefully into what has been achieved for us with the Affirmative Action Act and see how we operationalize it and, gird it, pin it down in the Constitution. Yes, please. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. There is a great deal of overlap between three of the clusters that we're working with in this conversation. And land and natural resources has, very close affinity to some of the issues that have been raised here: local government and decentralization, and then public services and enterprises. So that's a separate cluster. So I think the conversation around public administration and how we immunize the public administration from party politics and all of that There's a whole cluster around that. So those of you who are interested in that and are working on that too, I think we will invite you to become part of that conversation, because all of these are very cross-cutting issues. But thank you very much for this enlightening opening for the day. I think we'll take a short break. When we come, we'll continue. Maybe you want to ask a question? I don't think you're leaving now. We'll continue the conversation. There are other presentations that we will have after the break. So we'll take a 15-minute break, and then we'll reconvene here, recongregate here, and then continue the discussion. Thank you. Ofeabwaji. We on the committee consider her not as just another stakeholder or presenter. She is, for all practical purposes, our resource person on this subject, and we will continue to, we hope that we can continue to work with her and rely on her deep insights and experience, especially on this, but hopefully on other clusters as well that are related to this subject. So for the afternoon session, we have some of our CSOs and individuals who have also sunk their teeth into this cluster, this area, who also want to share some perspectives with us on how we might use this process of constitutional review to really just take our decentralization and local government system to a different level, to the level that I think we would all be proud of. So I will give the floor to Paul Osei-Kufuor, who is a program manager at CDD. I think he also has a past career in the local government service. There are others who have made submissions to the committee. I think the gentleman next to Paul, Stephen Asare Dakon. Kweku Asare, yeah. Stephen Kweku Asare has also sent a memorandum to the committee on a number of things. We have our own project coordinator for the committee is actually also somebody deeply interested in the subject, but he will have his turn tomorrow. But of course, he is invited also to make some input here. And of course, IDEC, who, IDEC has been very, very, has a very long-standing involvement in our civic space, but especially on local government matters. We have had the opportunity to work with them closely, including on the 2019 failed referendum attempt. So this is a subject that has been dear to their heart for some time. So Paul, you have the floor, and we are happy that we continue to have Dr. Ofeabwaji here, so she can also continue to participate in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Good afternoon to everyone, and I do welcome the opportunity from the committee for me to share some perspectives that could also...
At 2 o'clock, but you are not the only person presenting, so you also have 15-20 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Chair, and my own Executive Director as well. As Prof. Rempe indicated, I happen to do some work under the local governance sector where I headed the Tamale CDD office some time back. So that role allowed me to engage with a lot of local government actors and stakeholders, especially at the RCC and the district level. Dr. Esther Ofeabwaji has already spoken at length about the constitutional provisions and amendment issues. So my presentation will speak largely to the policy dimensions that also requires some further reflections by the committee. We may not use the Constitution to engender that kind of reform, but these are subsidiary policy initiatives that can anchor any amendments that will take place through the Constitution. So, Mr. Chair and Commission members, I want to highlight a few areas. Some will complement what Dr. Esther Ofeabwaji earlier presented. So the first one is about the central-local relations. And here, I am looking at a scenario where we will elect our MMDCs. And we have spoken about the role of the Regional Coordinating Council. I just want to re-emphasize that these still critical. The planning and activity in a wider geographical area. The creation of our assemblies have become smaller units. There is a need for a body that can coordinate special development across the borders of a number of these development assemblies. We made the case of Accra. Instead of strengthening some of the substructures, the area councils, to complement the bigger metropolis, we ended up creating municipalities. So there's fragmentation of our local government units, and you need a body that can help coordinate development. And I think a bit of it is captured in the Local Government Act, where there could be the need for a joint special development authority kind of, to harmonize and coordinate development initiatives within a geographical area. And that is where I make a case to support that the RCC remains relevant, but we should look at its current configuration and ensure that it provides that backstop. Hello, I'm still making these proposals with the assumption of an elected MMDC. There are other considerations that we need to have clarity and define it very well, either by regulation or policy. One of that is the issue of the removal of MMDCs. The current... Thank you. The current act makes some provisions, but we all know that when we begin to elect our MMDCs, there will be higher level contestation around the office. And there will be a lot of efforts by some special interest groups to try and unseat our MMDCs. And central government interference is also a critical component of it. So we are making a point that we should provide clear and unambiguous regulations to avoid interference by central government and local influencers. For example, based on stated misconduct. So grounds for the removal of MMDCs should be well stated. Also, same with the replacement of MMDCs. We have a situation in Nigeria where, as a result of the elections, there are a lot of manipulations to remove MMDCs. And most times, local government areas in Nigeria are organizing by-elections all the time. So by-elections have become a critical feature of local governance administration in Nigeria. Any amendment or reforms should try and have this as a key consideration. How do we provide clear guidelines and regulations for the removal and the replacement of the MMDC so that we don't fall into the trap of having periodic or continuous by-election that can also distort the calendar. Then, Dr. Esther Ofoe-Aboagye made a very important point. I think it was a question that was posed to Madam about expanding the requirements for the position of MMDCs. And if I have your permission, I want to say something briefly about that as well. I support that the role is quite critical. It's the anchor for development at the local level, but the local governance system was created in such a way that you need the support of a complete system. You have the local legislature, which is also very important. You have the executive committee. All these structures are supposed to empower and assist the DCs to function. So the point I'm making here is that whilst trying to filter the process can be good, we should also be mindful of a situation where we find ourselves in multiple litigations. If the system does not provide the needed assurance and the needed understanding for citizens to appreciate it, the system may be exposed to multiple litigations. And we must find ways to avoid falling into this trap. My proposal would be that we should promote rights through election. But we should create a system. If you want competent people to occupy the seat, the system itself should be able to produce it, whereby you input mechanisms such as candidate debates. So these candidate debates can help bring out a lot more competent people for the position, because they will be engaging citizens, they will be putting forward their manifestos, they will be putting forward their programs and strategies, and that process can help automatically to also filter candidates for the position. A lot has also been said about what to do about nominated members, the government appointees. I am just reinforcing that Ghanaians want some number of seats reserved for marginalized groups. If you look at the CDD local government survey that was conducted in 2021, there is huge support for a quota system for women, 87%, youth, 85%, and persons with disabilities, 78%. The same support is shown to traditional authorities. And then majority of Ghanaians, about 71%, think traditional leaders should play a role in the administration of MMDCs, the same local government survey conducted in 2021. My key consideration here is about the role of traditional authorities. And in this case, we all revere our traditional chieftaincy institutions. So we should find a way to get them involved, because citizens think that they have the influence, they can play a meaningful role, they want them to play that role. But how do you balance a situation where you don't get these traditional authorities into a system that can sometimes be confrontational? So the case for a special chamber has been made, so that the chiefs can still have some reserved role, because these chiefs are our last resort when we are confronted with disputes at the local level. They manage it very well for us, so we should find a way to protect the sanctity and the backstopping role of the traditional authorities. Mr. Chair, another issue is about the regulation of money in local elections. This is a big issue at the national level. And there are conversations around campaign finance legislations. I think if we introduce elections, this is going to worsen if you don't find mechanisms to manage campaign financing in our elections. And Mr. Chair, in your own paper, options paper, you made very important proposals, which I also highlighted here, that we should consider regulating the length of campaign periods. And this is a practice that is adopted in Sierra Leone and Liberia, where I observed elections in recent past. They have a calendar where the period for campaigning is stipulated. Even in Sierra Leone, they have a calendar that schedules it for the political parties. So this day, you know, political party A, you are going to community B, political party B, you are going to community C, to ensure some harmony and sanitize the environment. The regulations can also look at expenditure limits. We should make the elections quite affordable and less expensive. So what kind of provisions we can all reflect? I've proposed some of it, and I know CDD is working on campaign finance legislation. Mr. Chair, I always make the point that in Nigeria, after elections, they go back into governance. In Ghana, it's a 4-year cycle. Political parties are doing primaries, constituency primaries, so all the 4 years, there's active party activities. Whilst we are looking at a non-partisan elections, I think these are some of the structural challenges in our governance system that maybe the other aspects of the Constitution can also explore ways of regulating it. Mr. Chair, a lot has been said about financial autonomy. I will just try to emphasize my viewpoints. Article 242 states that there shall be established for each local government unit a sound financial base with adequate and reliable sources of revenue. The question is, we need to emphasize the issue of reliability. How reliable and how adequate are the sources of this revenue? Ghana is among the countries that has the lowest share of the national revenue for district utilization. Some countries, we did a mapping, and Ghana is one of the lowest. So I will advise against abolition of the district common fund because it's part of the public administration architecture. But we must rather find ways to increase it. And when I look at, I think, the political party manifestos, either the MPP or NDC, one of them made a point of, I think the NDC, that they will increase it to 7.5%. 7.5 is even still small. And we should try and do 10% to enhance the physical decentralization component of the assemblies. Another area is the accounting accounting for the District Assembly Common Fund. And Mr. Chair, here I want to propose the innovative model we deployed around the mineral resource management, where we introduced the Public Interest and Accountability Committee. And monitoring the work of PIAC, I've seen that PIAC added a lot of fiscal prudence and discipline in the management of oil revenues. Is this not something that we should consider in the management of our district assembly common fund? Also to reduce the capture of the fund at the district level so that it will be exposed to non-state actors' involvement in the management of the fund. Then, Mr. Chair, I also want to talk about the MP's share of the common fund. I want to describe this within the context of the deepening centralization tendencies at the district assembly office. Because we practice a three-tier decentralization system, RCC, which is a lot more deconcentration, district level, which is largely to some extent devolution, and then the sub-district level, which is delegation. What we are seeing here is that the district assemblies have centralized resources meant for the development of the entire district. And this is where I support mechanisms that seems to disrupt some of these capture. And one of it is the common fund. One of it is the MP share of the common fund. It helps neutralize the MMDC's control over the fund. But there is a caveat. Should its current configuration be remained, which I will propose no, but I will still support a fund that goes to the MPs, but I want to call it constituency fund. And if possible, if we can enhance the accountability, transparency mechanism in the use of that fund, so that we'll be able to disrupt the control of this fund by the district assembly head office. Again, the MP's Common Fund is also seeks to build some relationship between the MP and the assembly. Because in the absence of the fund, these MPs will even come to the district without even passing through the district assembly office. They will not have any automatic cord to the assemblies that can incentivize their interest. So I see it as something positive that promotes incentives for MPs to show interest in district assembly activities. But we need to enhance the accountability and transparency mechanism. The same way, Mr. Chair, with the centralization of the fund, I also support proposals around having an area council share of the district assembly common fund. And this is also proposed in one of the manifestos of the two benefits of decentralization. Mr. Chair, I will be concluding very soon. Then another point, another area that, Mr. Chair, I want to put forward for consideration is the checks and balances, the oversight and accountability systems at the local level. We all understand that there is this, we have what we call the convergence of power and the separation of powers, as my brother said. At the top, at the executive, at the national level, we have a parliament, a bit hybrid of the executive, but still we all see the potency or the resilience of parliament in certain situations. This doesn't happen at the local level. The local legislature is entirely dead. How do we revamp the local legislature in a way that it can provide oversight over the executive? Because it's very important that the legislature at national level work with committees. District assemblies also work with committees. They have their mandatory and optional committees, but these committees are all not functioning. I don't have the answers. I know my daughter Istofa Abuaje will have some answers, but if you want proper decentralization, that power relation between the legislature and the executive must be ironed out. Here too, I want to chip in the role of the presiding member. If you look at what has been happening over time, the presiding member has become basically a loyalist of MMDCs in most situations. The MMDCs finance their campaign and their election, so this role that is supposed to lead the accountability wing is deficient. Should we consider the election of the presiding member as well? I am asking this because it can enhance the legitimacy of the office, so that you wield your power from your own base, not from the loyalty that you extend to another body, that is the MMDC or the DC. That relationship needs to be strengthened, and the role of the presiding member has to be enhanced as well. I've also been reading around the role of the internal auditor, and I also came across reforms that aim to enhance the independence of the internal audit unit at the assembly level. Currently, the internal audit is part of the management of the assembly. And how can you be auditing an institution that you report to them? So the internal auditor will report to the district coordinating director. He works with them. The only relationship that he submits reports directly to the audit committee, which used to be the audit review implementation committee, but been strengthened to an audit committee. We need to enhance the independence of the internal auditor to provide financial oversight over the financial engagements of the assembly. Mr. Chair, I'll conclude on service delivery, development and performance monitoring. And here, I believe that service delivery, development and performance of the assemblies is a function of their capacity. So the human resource angle is quite critical. It's a function of power distribution. So if there is too much over-centralization, the resources will not trickle down to the areas needed for development to take place. It's a function of political capture, and it's a function of resource allocation. How do we create the necessary incentives to address this problem? And I think that as citizens build trust with the assemblies, where they see performance, or they see the assemblies are delivering, or the assemblies' engagements are aligned to their own individual aspirations and interests. How do we enhance the performance of the assembly? And I think that we could consider, one of the proposals that I want to put forward is a special fund for rural development. For example, the development authorities have been collapsed and they are being consolidated into the district assemblies. Can we look at a special fund separate from the common fund to propel rural development in Ghana? Because there's a huge gap at the rural level. And that is creating a lot of apathy and disinterest for citizens, not only for local government, but even for our democracy. The minimum basic services do not seem to exist in most rural areas in Ghana. So if you can look at a special fund for rural development, I think it can bridge some of the gap and the inequality that we see. Also, issue related to service delivery, development, and performance is the issue of development planning and implementation. We have always heard that assemblies are good in crafting their development plans, but implementation has always been the problem. The district planning authority lacks the needed power to implement the plans of the assembly in a way that aligns with the development aspirations of the district. There is always interference from the district chief executives. My proposal is we need to enhance the planning systems and mechanisms at the district level. The current act provides for a district planning authority, but I would rather propose that we go further to have a national development planning authority, because already the NDPC harmonizes development plans, they provide guidelines, but the weak link is the monitoring. The sanctions are all non-existent. But these are difficult to take place, to happen at the district level. Can we have a national development planning authority that coordinates, monitors, reports, and provide technical support to assemblies in the implementation of their medium-term plans? I want to pause here and thank you for the opportunity, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osei-Kuffour, for the additional value that you have added to this conversation. The issue of, when we worked on the 2019 failed reform attempt, among the consequential or companion reforms that were not covered in that bill was the issue of removal of MMDCs. Once you begin to elect them, you have to contemplate how you now begin to remove them. So that's a very important point. And I think you also mentioned a point that actually has almost escaped our attention, which is the likelihood of election petitions even arising from MMDC elections, right? And the litigation and how that could disrupt a number of things. You made a very interesting point. Of course, another very important point about the traditional leader versus popularly elected leader issue. And this proposal, as I think I've seen through at least a couple of the submissions, is to turn, especially those who want the national, the Council of State abolished at the national level. They say, well, you can turn the traditional authorities into like a local council of state, right? A local second chamber. In terms of trying to figure, I think this is one of the things that we haven't figured out yet how to do, the division of labor between traditional authority and district and elected bodies at the district level. How exactly are we going to do this relationship between, once we elect, we have to think about the traditional authorities and their role, because the election, by implication, also means that their power and influence of the traditional authorities would diminish somewhat. If the president had to talk to you in the past before electing an MMDC, now you no longer have that, that role. So if we don't attend to that issue, there could be, and I think I'm glad that you put on the table too for a discussion the role of money in those local elections. In fact, to the extent that the locality is also where, for example, some natural resources reside and all of that, you could see a situation where, big, influential, business and corporate entities at that local level could capture the MMDCE for whatever it's worth. You could also have, even though we say it's non-party, if we don't really get quite prescriptive somewhat about what can and cannot happen in the elections, we could have party capture, central government capture, all kinds of capture of the local elections. So I think it's important. I'm glad that you put that issue on the table for our attention. I happen to have met in a recent meeting in Dakar the current, she's been mayor for some time, of Freetown. Freetown elects its mayors. It's been electing them for some time, and Yvonne Akilakpasoya happens to be from the party that is in the opposition to the government. She is the mayor of Freetown, has been the mayor for some time. So, this was after the committee had been announced, so I engaged her in conversation about her experience as mayor and some of the issues that we don't think about when we are talking about this. And I asked her about whether she has a cabinet. So, for example, we are going to elect a chief executive officer. Is the chief executive officer going to just walk in and say, well, I'm the chief executive officer. Who am I going to work with? We don't know. We haven't thought about it. So I think that's also something that, and she shared a lot with me about dealing with a government, a national government of the opposition party and a different party and all of that. This is not just a Ghana thing. It's happened. It hasn't, Sierra Leone, Freetown hasn't collapsed as a result. In fact, she's done major reforms in property rates in Freetown, and which is under her remit. So she caused me to think about this issue of who your cabinet is. And she said, well, I get to pick one or two people that I bring in to work with. But if you are going to elect an MMDC, just as you have to think about the possibility of, the issues of the grounds for removal and those things, we also have to think about who does she work with. Is she just limited to the civil servants that are there, or can she bring in somebody in addition to help manage her agenda? So this is something that I think we should also think about. The MP share of the common fund, I'm happy that you take a different the constituency share of the common fund, because it is not necessarily something in the constitution. It turns out that it's an evolving African thing. I don't know whether the politicians all met somewhere and agreed, but it's in Kenya, it's in Zambia, it's in many other countries. In Kenya, it's been declared unconstitutional twice. They always go back to try and reinvent it and reformulate it. But I think the court seems quite adamant that it doesn't want to accept. It's called it's called Constituency Something Development Fund. But your rationale for it is interesting, right? So you're thinking the head office of the assembly often gets to capture the money. I don't know how exactly that works, but once you elect a district assembly chief executive, because that's the assumption you are saying you're making, how exactly does an elected DCE keep the money at the central office and not trickle it down to the area councils or the base of the assembly? And you are thinking that the MP is better, that they will use their funds to do that, even though you are also suggesting, and I think that is why I align with your second suggestion, that we must find a way to make sure that money doesn't sit at the office and doesn't go down to perform some work at the. Why don't you develop that idea more? Why don't you look in that direction more than trying to use the MP? Because once we elect, I suppose we have signaled to MPs that they no longer have that developmental role. That we want them to be just legislators and not worry about carrying the burden of development, because now that belongs to the elected MMDC and the elected assembly, right? So if you no longer have the assembly common fund, the signal is clear to the people. This person doesn't do development. They don't have to control any funds. Go to your chief executive, who is now elected and accountable to you, and go to your assembly that's always been elected. So I don't see, I think there is almost like a contradiction between the position you are taking and your insistence that we should also continue to give them money. But I think, it's important. You've put some very important issues on the table, and I'm particularly interested in how we operationalize your idea of the money, getting money, controlling the money in politics issue at the local level. right? Do we basically just abolish self-funded campaigns, right? One way you could do it is say, no, there's no self-funding, it's local, we'll do X number of town hall meetings, we will control everything about the election, we won't let you go and do your rallies and all of that, we won't let you incur expenditure. Then we will just basically, NCC comes and moderates 3 discussions within the assembly or within the district. If you have a billboard, we control the size, how many you can do. That one, even we can decide that, all of you will have X number of billboards, your faces together. I mean, how do we do it in practice, right? Because I think it's an important point that probably would have escaped our scrutiny if we didn't think about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think a number of points for me. I'm seeing links between, different issues that we've been discussing since the committee was set up. The issue of MPs as ministers and how, changing that could make the MPs focus on their core work as members of parliament. And how that ties in with this discussion about MPs having a share of the common fund and therefore, having this whole thing as development agents, Because it's for that reason that the opinion is being canvassed that, take them out of the whole thing about the president appointing ministers, MPs as ministers, and let them focus. Wouldn't this whole thing about giving them a share or continuing to give them a share of the common fund, continue this perception that MPs are also development agents and etc. So I think it's something that we need to discuss further and see how that ties in with the whole discussions on the other issues. The election of the presiding members, wouldn't we run the risk of having 2 centers of power within the district? Because the PM will also see that, look, I have been elected by the people. And so I am equally as legitimate, as powerful as you. And then before you realize you have 2 competing centers of power, and then you might have gridlock or whatever it is that prevents work from going on. But if the PM is elected by the assembly, yes, it's still democratic, but at least it's not at the same level as that of the MMDC. So that we, in the discussions around the election of the MMDCs, it's almost assumed that we have decided that it should be on non-partisan basis, and. Personally, I'm yet to be convinced that this is something that we should go with a non-partisan. I know there are very powerful voices say that we should, but I think in reality, if we face facts, the assembly elections are in all but name partisan, and so why don't we just name it and see how we mitigate the risk? Rather than saying that, there's a way in which we can, make them non-partisan within a very, very partisan context, and culture. I can see Emmanuel laughing because I'm touching.
The ball right
yes, yes, yes. The chiefs and then the assemblies, I think, is something that we need to give a lot of thought to. The local council of states, it sounds appealing, but again, my concern is the multiplicity of structures at that level, the cost and etc. Aren't there some ways of ensuring that the chiefs are involved and etc. at the same time protecting their sanctity in quotes, as you said, without having to set up another mechanism that has to be serviced, and before you realize, they're able to persuade the executive at the national level, and they are being paid, and etc. And You know, so I think it's something that we need to look at. And the monetization, I think, is something that whether we are going to do it under non-partisan or partisan, you know, the same, if we don't put in mitigating measures, we run the risk of replicating what is happening at the national level, at the local level. And when it happens at the local level, I mean, I think the consequences will be more devastating than one we see at the national level. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I was just going to seek permission from the chairman to make a mini announcement. Whilst we're having the discussions and the name of the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization came up, so I reached out to the head, you know, Gamele, Dr. Gamele, and he's on his way here. He's on his way here because they have vested interest in this matter. So, yes. So we tried to invite all the stakeholders and strategic stakeholders. We couldn't reach everyone, but once their name was mentioned, and you are still here, I think it would be helpful to have that sort of interaction, if you don't mind, so Mr. Chairman. But I wasn't going to make any input, except that the last point my colleague made about electing the MDC. I think, and I'm going to share some personal experience. Okay, we all know that even though the election of this assembly, members of the assemblies are non-partisan, they are, to all intents and purposes, partisan. Okay, so if you were to go to Bongo District Assembly, for instance, you can count the number of NDC's assembly members and members of MPP assembly members. You are able to do so without any difficulties. The elections are run on the partisan basis, but because there's a possibility that any other party or any other non-party aligned person can run, we have people that have expressed interest and have won the elections. They are mostly more competent, as between the two parties. The people that have, there's one lecturer at the Bolgatanga Technical University who, you know, is a young person, and I was interested in making sure that he was part of the debate system. He's an accountant, he's a chartered accountant, he's an examiner, he's a lecturer. And I said, he's the type of people that we need in the assembly, so he can bring his experience to bear. We got him in, despite the duopoly of MPP and NDC, because there was that window. If you were to say that we're going to elect these MMDCs on partisan basis, what you have said is to close the window for every other person who doesn't come through the window of MPP or NDC. It's going to be devastating for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc, for that insightful presentation. I just have 2 points to make. The first has to do with your recommendation that we should have a special fund for rural development. And I'm wondering how we will fund it. Will it be different from what we currently have? So I want you to throw some light on how we will fund it and how we will manage it, who manages this particular fund, and for how different would it be from what we already have. Then I wanted to take your view on how do we get the assemblies to generate more funds, because the point is that they are not simply raking in money as they should. Should we put a target on them in terms of either percentage or a fixed amount per district assembly, looking at the economic activity, the number, the population? Should we target a fixed amount, or should we do a percentage? One way or the other, once you put a measuring yard on them, they'll be forced to go out there and not just rely on district assembly common fund or from the central pool to make up the funds for the particular area. So I want to take your thoughts on these 2 points. Thank you.
Mr. Kofo, before you get to respond to them, and of course, Auntie Esther is free to respond to them as well as is any of the local government experts here. So you recall we as CDD, at the time when the 2019 referendum was on, we did these regional engagements across the country with focus groups. And I happened to do the one in Koforidua. And in Koforidua, we had a very, really mixed group, chiefs, queen mothers, party people, youth groups, and a number of a very diverse focus group. And one of the questions that I posed to them was, look, we all know that the parties, the elections of assembly members is taken over by the parties. And they said, of course we know that. I said, well, why are you insistent that you want the parties out officially? Right? So they agree, they themselves know that the parties are in. Nonetheless, they were insistent that we didn't want the parties overtly in. Right? And then, so when you push them, they said, well, because the parties are not overtly in, it changes the dynamics at the local level when it's election time. There are no rallies, the tension is low, there's no polarization. It's different kind of dynamics happen. Nobody is coming from Accra, the president is not endorsing anybody, somebody is not coming to campaign for them because they are not in officially. And we want them that way. So, it was very interesting. And I said, well, so what if parties were involved? What if we said parties could be involved? However, we will accompany the involvement of parties with a set of rules that would produce the same result that you are experiencing now. They said, well, if it could be done, but we don't think it can be done, that you cannot officially say parties are in and yet create a set of rules around elections that would mimic exactly what we experience with the parties not being in officially. But they were open to the thought. So it's the outcome that they like. They like what they see without parties being involved and the way it affects the domestic elections, the central government is not involved, the president is not coming to campaign for anybody, that's what they want to avoid, right? So it really was a very interesting, because in fact that is when my own evolution in thinking around this party issue, because I was like Akwete, very, very pro-party being involved. I think I've gone through some evolution of thinking on that. But it was a very, you didn't know. I know you have been saying you never change. Right? But I think it's a very interesting point. And now that I'm listening to Rainer's point about the duopoly and how it's the mere fact of its presence excludes, really minimizes the chances of independents getting elected. When you officialize it, then you really deepen the duopoly, make it very official, and then third parties coming out of that campaign become a little bit more difficult. So it's an interesting debate, but I think that there is, the fact that the people know parties are involved and yet prefer it, and Afrobarometer consistently, when we are asked Ghanaians, do you want your MMDCs elected? Large majorities, yes. Do you want them parties or no party? They say no party, right? So it might look like we are a bit schizophrenic about it, but I think they have good reason why they don't want it. Oh, sorry.
Okay, let him finish.
Well, we'll finish the table, the high table, and then we'll give it to the low table.
I just want to add my voice to the last stage of the discussion, reserving the right to ask for permission to speak again later. On this question of the whether parties, because it seems like everybody would like to see elections at the district level, at the local government level, but you said there's this schizophrenic thing about whether it should be elections on partisan basis, and everybody understanding that underneath there's an undercurrent of party involvement anyway. But I think I had normally felt that it should be, because of the undercurrent, we might as well just be honest about it. But as we've been sitting here, we've been having a Ablebe discussion. And I think that there's a lot of merit in, yes, okay, it goes on, but let's not divert attention. And let's be also concerned about the duopoly. And let's be really concerned, and let's be concerned about the importance of and the value of local level governance. Because that's the breeding ground, that's the training ground, that's where we train. We are expected or supposed to train people. There are countries like Uganda and even Kenya to a large extent, and Tanzania, where by the time you meet somebody who is a member of the national parliament, they've been everywhere. They started as young teenagers at the area level. When they are on vacation, they're getting involved in their area, in their community, and truly they know their ground on which eventually they stand to become parliamentarians. And it's an important thing it's very important, and we should do everything to encourage, so that those who want to, so that as many people as possible will not have to go and lobby some party, somebody in their area to help them to be able to stand, but that on their own strength, on their own capability, they begin to learn to become credible politicians without becoming a bit too embroiled in the other aspects of politicking. And this training ground is good, because then, hopefully, when they reach Parliament, they would have developed the spirit of quality debate, and not the kind of, I won't even describe what sometimes goes on in our parliament, because it's not debate and it's not discussion, it's war and screaming at each other. But I think that if most of our parliamentarians had grown up through the process, maybe they would think differently and behave differently. So there is a lot of merit in having the elections, but you're standing for the elections in your own individual right, with your own manifesto and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Dr. Patti Akwesi.
Thank you. Just to follow up, I think we've done some work, and tomorrow in our presentation we'll talk about it clearly. We do not have the framework for political parties to behave in accordance with the law and with the civic culture. We haven't developed that, because when you're moving from authoritarian regimes, okay, where one person and this party have and so on, and you're going to open up in a liberal way for various groups where parties are, other civil society groups also operate. We don't have that system here, and we've not set up anything. So what you see is that we use even the term partisanship, but partisanship in Europe is a very extreme thing. And in the Second World War, they play certain roles. You know, they can't tolerate opponents, they kill, and so on. And here we say partisan. Okay, but the state has responsibility to define the framework in which what we need, people, whether you're an independent candidate or party, you could operate. And the state plays a role. How do you have duopolies without any regulation? How did it happen? But look, universally, if you take the term duopoly, the state would have a certain regulation around it. Take, for instance, the telcos in Ghana. When they started, it was like, what did it call? Was Ariba and others came. Then they sold Vodacom and so on. And then the game changed. Fortunately, we had the communications ministry, and they intervened. They fined them, they paid this, they changed things. How do you have political parties and you don't have, they've acquired this, you know, we are the two parties and they've eliminated all small parties, they use state funding for whatever. How did they become one? It all has to be studied. And they introduce rules and regulations. You can't behave anyhow. So I think we'll talk about, when we say democratization, it is essentially about seeing the evolution of certain groups who want access to power, state power, and their behavior. There is a group, that's why civil service and others are so important. They define the framework within which you would operate. And I'm using the telcos. There was no framework initially, but today there is. They are fined and so on. So I think that's where we want to raise the issue, that when we start using words like partisanship, partisan, it's very extreme. And in other countries, there are offenses. The state would engage you. Here we don't. We just see it as partisan means you're a politician with a party. But it's a very serious thing. So regulation is part of the game. And you must create space for other organizations to thrive. They have rights to be. We have not done any of those here. And all we see is partisan. If the state will set up a number of rules you should obey, you have to report. Every year there is an account you give, but the state is also constructive. They distract you from just parties. So your annual conference, party conference, like in the UK, the state pays money for that. The group that, Westminster Foundation, yes, pays for the annual conferences of Labour, yes, all the parties, including those that have been immediately formed and so on.
So I think the point you're making then is we've basically left the parties to run without regulation, yes. And what we are seeing that we don't like are basically manifestations of unregulated parties, and that is, it's not the parties themselves that are the problem, but that the state is missing in the equation. So in this reform attempt, the question then is, do we take the status quo as it is and say that because here we have been unable to regulate parties to become the kind of entities we would like, using the parties as we have them today, should we build on that structure? Or you are going to say, well, let us actually let the parties operate, but come up with this regulation that will discipline them. And some would say we cannot discipline our parties. And maybe I think people have given up on the prospect of being able to discipline our parties, because you have in the Constitution and in the Political Party Act regulation around where you get your money from. You can't get it from foreign sources. You must file these things. None of that is respected, right? So if you have that reality, right, and you have a state that is absent practically in the business of parties, you have meetings with parties and you ask them about filing their return. They're like, but did you give me any money? Why should I file anything to you? So I think your point is fair to say that we shouldn't expect parties to behave any differently than they are behaving because we haven't regulated them. Because if we had the state being present, we would have a different outcome in terms of party behavior. The question is, should we wait for that to happen first before we do this reform? I mean, how are we going to get that in this packet, in this reform window?
FIFA didn't stop football to put rules in place. And if you take football, and you will see the analogy with parties, FIFA always look at what has happened, will come up with some very serious rules. So why have we failed to define the political game as a game with some rules, okay, formulated by those with authority and enforced? I think those who captured the state is a deliberate arrangement, and we are all afraid of parties such that we don't like them. Take them out. Is that a solution? It's not a solution. So we can learn from what others have done. If you spend, for instance, in the UK now, or in Europe, all of Europe, declaring where your funding came from is mandatory. And I don't know how they've set up the system, but they know.
Maybe that's what we have to learn.
You see,
right?
so
you guys are also making a submission on political parties.
Yes,
but the two
tomorrow.
are related.
Is that tomorrow you give us?
Tomorrow is still decentralization. The political parties is another cluster. But the overlap you are mentioning is very clear, right? So we had a trip to Dakar before the elections. This is West Africa Democracy Solidarity Network. We had a trip to participate in their election observation. And, this was about a month or two to the elections. And yet there were no billboards, no posters, nothing, because the election window, the campaign season had not been declared open. So it was very sanitized environment, nobody making noise, no billboard cluttering the city of Dakar. You can't even see your way through traffic. Unlike Accra, this is Wild West, everything. We didn't see any of that stuff in Dakar until the election was declared officially open. You see nothing. So you are right that where state regulation is effective, parties behave differently. And in fact, maybe because of that too, they are not that many. I mean, parties are fairly weak in Dakar, right? In Senegal, right? They don't have the kind of hold on the system that they have here. The question is, where is do we put the chicken before the egg before? I mean, it's an egg and chicken issue somewhat in terms of which one do we do first? Do we do, so I would be very interested. I think the committee would like to have your input on the political party side, because campaign finance and regulating parties is part and parcel of the conversation. Yeah. And maybe there's a linkage there that we can explore better when. Yes. But I think Ghanaians are not that comfortable with parties at the local level.
Because there's no framework for parties to behave in the local level. And maybe just a quick case to give you. In Sweden and most of the European countries, these are parliamentary systems. Yes, prime ministerial, it's not the presidential and so on.
And the Westminster system.
Yes, Westminster model. So what you see is, the first thing that shocked me when I was in Sweden, the first election, they announced the results around 2 a.m. Everybody knew who had won. The next morning, going to the bus station to take a bus, I didn't see any poster. Everything has been taken. Yes, and ours are around. Some are using. Yes.
Yeah.
And so.
There is? Yeah.
Yes, the state. Is the state, the local councils and so on, and you'll be fined if you don't take your poster down and so on. So it's a very anarchic environment we've created, and then they have control to state resources. They are not accountable. And so, but you can't do that. If you don't declare the sources of your funding, you are in trouble. In Israel, 2 prime ministers went to jail. So our rules have to be, I think if we put rules in place.
First.
And then, well, it can be, yes.
So I think the sequencing is the problem, right? If we were able to get rules in place where we build parties of the kind that you're talking about. And I think people will be more comfortable saying that because our parties are this way and they are disciplined and they do research and they do policy and they produce papers and they don't have vigilantes and they don't have militias, because of that, we don't have a problem with them participating in local elections. But if they are this kind of party, and I think this is where people are coming from, because the Koforidua dialogue, clearly people were saying, well, if what you're saying is possible, we don't mind that they identify as MPP or NDC. If the result will be the same as we experience today without identification, we will be fine, right? So is the outcome they are looking at? I don't think they are anti-party as such, but they've come to see a particular kind of party, and they are not happy with the result at the local level when there's competition. So I think that is the real issue. But if you could actually get those rules in place first, and sanitize the party competition and sanitize the behavior of parties and produce these kinds of, real parties. I mean, ours are really not parties as such, right? If you produce real parties, I don't think people will be opposed to parties. We are very partisan people anyway. Right? We like parties. The same way we like Haas protocol and those things. We like parties.
Just back to Dr. Akwete. I'm just thinking that. Okay.
But you can respond to him.
You made the point that there's an absence of civil culture.
Yes,
to hold elections on non-partisan basis. But I'm just thinking that if we lay down rules to make it possible for the conduct of elections on non-partisan basis, will be the beginning of a culture on its own. And that by itself is good foundation. So we don't have to wait to reverse the tides. So we can start by laying down rules for holding elections on non-partisan basis.
Okay, so I would probably just tie in here in terms of what you've just said. I think we currently, as my lady said earlier, we currently have certain existing rules or laws. The point is the ineffectiveness of our implementation of those laws or the enforcement side of it that is lacking, especially for the political parties. I think the political parties will conform to the rules when we actually start the enforcement side. After all, they are political parties. We need that radical change, but who is going to take that initiative to implement or kick off that radical change? And yes, we can add rules as we go along, like Doc said, in terms of the FIFA way of doing stuff. As we go along, if we feel that they are flouting certain laws or certain areas, we insert those rules there. But currently, there are existing laws or existing rules. Are we enforcing them? I don't think so. So it's the enforcement side that is really lacking in our Ghanaian culture, and that is where we need to start working on. Thank you.
Maybe because we don't have a FIFA referee, right? Because maybe it's a refereeing question. I mean, do you have FIFA referees? You don't. You have referees who are chosen by the captain of the other team, chooses his own referee, and basically, so maybe the refereeing question is the FIFA model is beautiful, right? Because it's a duopoly, you have two parties and everything. But if you have the captain of the other team choosing the linesman, the referee and the other linesman, and also manipulating the video that does the thing, right? I mean, so how are you going to get any impartial refereeing and enforcement of the rules, right? So it's a whole ecosystem that is problematic, right? And I think the question is, can we wait until our parties get to that point where we have a FIFA system, or as Godwin is saying, maybe if we created this system of no party campaigns, that can develop a civic culture where maybe eventually we would say that parties, we can't stop them, they must come in. But by that time, we would have created a culture around our elections that they cannot come and destroy. So it's possible that the egg and the chicken stuff can work that way, maybe based on his formulation.
Put in place before the next general election. You see, we do not have any state agency that is responsible for this. Just simply because maybe these two parties, they know what they get and they don't want to put it in place, and we are also not putting pressure. But no, it's not. Electoral Commission, the big parties don't declare where they get their funding, and it's not able to do anything. But you can't dodge funding and go scot-free.
But
Europe.
that's because the Electoral Commission, sorry, I'm just jumping in.
No, please.
You know, this is part of what Agatha said. We are losing the habit of law enforcement. That is the scary ecosystem, and that one is beyond what we're talking about. It is in everything, including even road traffic rules, and don't throw litter around and all that. And that's another thing altogether. There's a psychological element to all of this. But where this particular matter is about, there are all kinds of penalties that the electoral commissioner can implement under the rules. So the point is, where something is unlawful, no number of repetition will legalize it till it's removed from the law books. And one day there will be an electoral commissioner, or one day the electoral commission will get up and decide that, okay, disqualified, and that's it. And they have the right to do that. So the thing is, then what do we do in the Constitution? Because some things can be triggered by themselves, where you don't need somebody to do anything, but it is triggered. Maybe it is that if something or the other takes place, or something or the other is captured by the AI, then automatically you're out. You see, in legislation, and maybe also in constitution making, I have come to believe that you take your objects as you find them, and you legislate around them. That's a restatement of the mischief rule. That's all. Thank you.
Paul still has the floor in terms of, you are the one supposed to answer these questions. So I'll take Stephen, then I think, Takweti's deputy, because you're sitting close. Then Kweku, and then, so there's a lot of interest. So why don't we actually give the benefit to this table? Nobody's spoken from there. We'll come back this way. So we'll allow the gentleman, and then Kwabena, and then you. Then we'll come back to your side of the table. But brief, because we only have, lunch is at 2, and it's 1:30. Please, just.
My name is Douglas Quote, and I think I have 2 points just in line with what Paul had said earlier. I think he made a fantastic point about National Development Planning Authority. I was looking at it in terms of spatial planning. But if you look at it within the context of decentralization and local governance, I just want us to have earlier in the morning's discussion on in Accra, where we have metropolitan areas and all that. Let's use the Achimota Forest Zone as an example. Okankwe North Municipal Assembly. The person is a mayor elected or appointed. What is the power, or what power does that person have to say that this is our green zone, this green vegetation, we want to keep it? The challenge we have with our decentralization partly has to do with a system where we are a unitary state. If there had been a federal system, it's very clear. Central government cannot touch it, and then once they declare, this is it, we go with it. So I look at his proposal as a national development planning or spatial planning authority as one that we need. Stretch it forward, and if you know a little about the history of Accra and look at Dome, Pokwasi and all that, they were farmlands, they were supplying foodstuffs to Accra. They are now all complaining about the cost of it. The geography, the spatial planning and all that will tell you. We've not done that. So if you go to the regions, the districts and all that, all these things have not been demarcated. What is the role of the state in that? And then I think the final one, I'd want to touch on the debate about partisan and non-partisan. I think my brother Godwin, the issue about having parties or allowing people to develop the civic culture, if you dealt with local level politics, the state says that you are not supposed to do campaigns. It's the Electoral Commission that mounts platform for people. What are we seeing now? In the past, the Electoral Commission, you would wait. Now they don't wait. They come out with their own posters, they come out with their own billboards, and then they start the campaigns. So it's not as if we don't have the laws or systems in place. We had it for years, but the reality now is showing that political parties or the people in there are not respecting it, and we are not also enforcing, because there is no system, there is no institution. The Electoral Commission itself is overwhelmed. You have about 9,000 electoral areas, and they don't have the capacity to deal with it. So I think there's a lot more discussions that we need to have, especially based on the empirical evidence, and then know what would work for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Paul. I'm Nana Kwabena Abraham-Pamensa, Programs Manager, CDD Ghana, in charge of security and local governance. I had a lot, but because Prof. I should speak on two, I'll speak on two. One is a citizen's experience as to what they want is born out of their real experiences of elections they've had on the ground. So the Afrobarometer data and also pre-election perception survey all point to the fact that Ghanaians don't want partisan politics at the local level. And it's also a fact, when you compare our reports, CDD Ghana Kodio report on electoral violence, compare the national elections to local level elections, you don't witness the kind of atrocities that we witness at the national elections as compared to local level elections. In the previous local level elections, we've not recorded any deaths. But in the national elections in 2020, you had 8 deaths. In the 2024, you have 6 deaths yet to be confirmed. So these experiences sometimes inform their decisions as to whether they will vote for a partisan elections or not. So to me, if we make it official, and we are going to witness the kind of tension we have at the national level, also replicating at the local level. Even though we are witnessing it, it's not official, we are having parties involved, but because it's not official, they're not able to deploy all the arsenals to the local level elections. So I believe if we maintain it this way, until we are able to find the regulations that we seek for, it will be fine. Then all your suggestions that on criteria for district chief executive, as we have earlier indicated that we need a set of standards as to who becomes a chief executive. But you think candidates' debates can probably sieve and give us better, I bet to differ. We've had candidate debates for the national elections, MPs and other things, and we are not seeing. The position of chief executive is expected to be somebody, as Aunt Esther said, to generate income, to manage the district in order to unearth something. You go to more districts and you find the resources there, but the capacity to generate income from them are lacking because the person doesn't have that capacity. I was going to Adan with Prof. Jimabodi. The first time he told me there's something they call a big tree That is on websites, everybody knows. I just wanted to see what that big tree is. I got there and I told myself, if I were chief executive here, I will make millions of money from this big tree. Because for the assembly, Prof, you get from the roadside to where the big tree is. No disabled person can go there because it's just like a valley. 2, you working from the roadside to where the tree is. There's no direction, nothing ushering you to where the big tree is. 3, if you even want water to drink, you have to travel about 3 miles to the next town before you get water. But this is on the website, it's on Google. Everybody knows it. And with a little of touch to it, it's going to be an income-generating venture for somebody. Anytime I'm going to Kumasi and I saw the big trucks parked by the roadside, I tell myself the chief executive here is loose. You can just create a park there, just a guest house there. You generate millions of cedis from that. But because we have not had the opportunity to have, who is a chief executive, as I said, to have indeed a chief executive who can manage a district to generate something from there, we are losing all these internal incomes. Again, I want to suggest so. The DC told me, hey, Ashanti, there's a cave or a cage here where it's believed Ashantis came from. A great stone, something of that sort. I was interested to go and look at where I came from. He told me, oh, we'll go tomorrow. The next, not knowing, he was sending the laborers to go and weed the road to the cage before he takes me there. Because the place was bushy. So I'm bringing all these facts that, yes, Paul, a debate could help, but talking about a chief executive, somebody who is going to manage a district, manage the resources, the people, the capacities, generate income for the development of the district, the criteria they mentioned here is very much needed. Yes. I'll just brush about the chieftaincy and local governance. I'll just say that we need to be very careful. The proposals we are making as to who the council we create for them. Because for chiefs, we speak of power, we don't talk of rules. And if we are not careful and you create some superstructure for us, we are going to manipulate the system. So we need to be very careful.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, thank you very much. My name is Hayford Agbekponu, a public servant, but I'm here in my own capacity. I'm not speaking for the government or anybody else. I have 2 points. One of them had to do with the chieftaincy and then the judiciary. I don't know whether there is any clear cut or there is an overlapping authority between these two. Instances where chiefs have taken decisions and then the judiciary had come in to say that, well, the decisions that you're taking does not fall within your purview to do that. So I don't know whether there is any clear cut in the Constitution.
Yeah.
In the Constitution. Yeah. Then also the second one had to do with the payment of assemblymen. There are 6,000 plus or so assemblymen in the system. We know that government is saddled with salary payment and wages and salaries. I know in the Constitution there may be a provision for the payment of the DCE.
That's right.
Yes. And so if DCE is being paid by the central government, so it means the DCE is not independent to take any decision at all. So therefore, then, if the assemblymen are paid, each district is supposed to generate revenue. Are they going to be paid from the Madam say constituency?
Internally generated
yes,
fund?
Yes,
so
yes,
called?
internally generated fund. What will be the source of funding for the payment? Because some of the districts may not be making so much. And if they are not doing so much, it means they may have to depend on the government. And to do that, it means they are not going to be independent. And so at the local level, they may not be able to take decisions that will actually benefit the district. So it's something that I think that I would like to point out. Thank you very much.
But isn't there also a relationship between, between your depending on central government and your incentive or motivation to collect local revenue? Because if you pay, maybe one answer to Abrampa's point about whether it's about the Adam Big Tree situation or the whole from which Ashantis came situation in Seshri also, it's if you had a situation where the district assembly, if the rule said you will pay yourselves from the revenues you generate locally, not just the presiding officer, not just presiding member, but the MMDCE, assemblymen, everybody will be paid from the resources that you generate. They will clear the tree to that place for Ashantis to come and see the hole from which they came. And they would clear the path to the big tree, because if they didn't collect the money, they would not get paid. They would not get paid. But if you are paid from the consolidated fund, then really, I mean, this is what we all suffer. I mean, if you have property in Accra, every now and then you see a receipt for payment of property rates. Whether you pay your property rate or not, the guy who is sending the thing is getting paid. So the incentive structure is also something, may not be a capacity issue as much as it is the incentive to collect, right? So I think, of course, in this process, it's interesting that the presiding member's pay is made, a presiding member is paid out of the assembly's funds, but the MMDC is paid from Accra. So what is the incentive for MMDC to want to raise as much money as possible for the locality? So maybe that's also part of what is distorting the incentives here, and we may correct it.
Okay, if you're looking at how party decides on who will be, and it's a game of money, and they protect them. So I think the whole thing needs to be sanitized in a way, and I don't think we should see it as so impossible. We learn from others. Other countries have done it. They have the systems, they have invented technology, they train, and so on. If we want to do that, usually when we use the term democratization, it means elections will be last. And you're going to set up those institutions that must be there before they come in. The state's presidents and the mechanisms and the training and so on. We didn't do that before we opened the system up. And then the parties had to find their own money. Nobody took interest in where they got the money from. And we are told that financing of parties in Ghana comes from all over the world. And there is no, so it's the failure. The state, generally it's a state capture. I mean but where the mechanisms can be put in place. And you have to do this maybe, you can do it before 2028 elections if you want it done. Yes, within the project you are handling, because these are the things that now have to be put in place, explained, and action taken. It's not the other way around. Sorry. You said you.
Okay. Okay. You said we said you finish this, yes. And then you'll come back to the table here. No, you next, please.
Thank you for this opportunity. I understand that by not including political parties, independent candidates will get the opportunity to stand for such positions. But my worry here is, in the political parties were not allowed to take part in the district assemblies in order to prevent the problems we are having now. But if parties have infiltrated they have infiltrated the district assemblies, what prevents them from infiltrating the independent candidate area? Eventually, if we decide not to allow if we decide not to allow political parties, what stops them from taking a professor or a lecturer at supporting the person? It will become overt, just like the district assembly level. My question, I understand the need for stability, but I want to know, are we sacrificing democracy for stability? Is that what we are doing? And
Abrampa made an interesting
sorry.
point, right? He does security work. I'm trying to answer. He said something about the fact that, you know, when you compare the nature of the tension and the acrimony and the violence that comes from national elections, because parties are involved overtly, and then you compare to local assembly elections, even though the parties have infiltrated, they do not generate the same kind of outcomes. So the kind of local acrimony and violence especially is not seen at the local level, even though the parties have infiltrated. So there's a difference when you overtly allow them to operate and when they covertly operate, but they cannot show their face. It produces different results as Abraham, and he does security work. So I don't think that we're saying that the infiltration will not happen. The infiltration will happen, but it will not produce the same results.
If the infiltration is there, how we will not have a reason to drive institutions to regulate the activities of the political parties. But if you make it covert, then it will drive the institutions, the reforms. And what about the smaller parties? Even this, I've seen this in other African countries. You even mentioned Freetown. What about giving them a chance to rule, for people to see what they are capable of? If this will be a chance for these political parties to rule. And from studies by intellectuals like Professor Ayi, the atrocities that we see at the national level, one of the major contributions is the winner-takes-all system. But if we allow these political parties to take place, don't you think it will for the lack of a better statement, lessen this winner-takes-all system? And as you said,
they will lessen it at the national level because they're able to
yeah, and you just confirmed what I said. At the national level, there are atrocities. So at the end, we want stability at the local level. But hasn't Ghana reached the point whereby I get to listen to the policies of people from both independent candidates and political parties? Don't I have I think this is be a very wonderful opportunity for small parties. But please explain. I would like to get your opinion on this.
Well, I'm not explaining. I just want to challenge a statement my chair made that we are not seeing the kind of rivalries, tensions, etc. at the national level at the local level as we see at the national level. And I would say that it's because the incentives for now do not exist at the local level. As soon as we start elections at the local level and there are all these resources, there are all the things that to fight for, we will see exactly what we are seeing. So I think that the absence of violence and all those things at the local level is because the elected assemblyman is not as a big deal as when you are going to elect a DCE who will control resources and patronage and all these things that come with it.
But is it not because the parties are not there? That is why people are not showing interest. We try to do a little sample here.
They are not showing interest in what sense? Because they are not showing interest by not being violent.
The assembly elections and the rest. Most people are not interested.
When you say they are not showing interest, what kind of interest are they not showing?
People don't vote at all. I don't remember the last time I went to look at what was going on.
But they are also not killing each other. So that's another level of interest, right? So.
Okay.
Then we'll go back to. We skipped you when we're going this way.
Because he keeps doing
this. He kept doing this. He's not catching the eye of the speaker.
Okay. Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, do I have...
Be brief so that we can give Stephen the last word.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, two things. First has to do with whether or not the Electoral Commission is able... The Electoral Commission is able to make the political parties account for the monies that they raise. But the law only mandates
the political parties to account for funds they raise, contributions, etc., to the parties, not the candidates. And that is where I think the Electoral Commission is unfairly attacked when it comes to accountability, when it comes to, money in elections. The parties know that they would have to account to the Electoral Commission, and so every election you see that the candidates have their separate campaign office from the political party structures. And all the expenditure in the elections go through the political campaign office of the individual candidates. And when you bring it to the local level elections, as somebody mentioned, 9,000 plus candidates, the Electoral Commission will not have the resources to be able to monitor each and every individual candidate. Now, in terms of the issue about whether local parties should be involved, she made a point about testing the policies and platforms of the smaller, quote-unquote, smaller political parties. A typical example is in the UK. In 2003, before 2003, most ordinary people wouldn't have, heard about the Lib Dems until that Iraqi war, where Lib Dems took a stand and mounted a different platform from the Conservatives and Labour. I was then a student in Leicester. I voted for Lib Dems because as from a Commonwealth country, you can vote in elections in the UK. I voted for Lib Dems because of their stance on that war, on the Iraq war. And they won so many local, council seats. That propelled them in 2005 to win a lot of parliamentary seats because of what they had achieved at the local level. Most of our parties can win, seats as district chief executives. If they are sponsoring a candidate, they can win and run certain assemblies for people to see that, oh, CPP, this is their, this is their platform, these are their policies, and they are running successfully this particular assembly, and you can see how they are developing that particular assembly. That can propel them to win national elections, further down the line, because people have seen. At the moment, when CPP or any of these smaller parties, so people say, okay, it's abstract. You are talking about policy, but there's no way for people to test whether these things can work on the ground. But if you grant them the opportunity to win, let's say, the mayorship of Accra, and within the term of that 4-year term, people can see real progress. People will say, well, there's something there for us to try.
Would you then do away at the local level with this national character requirement, right? So I get your point about local parties. And before we got into the duopoly, remember that there were some parties that won seats, especially in the north. There were parties that had very strong local and regional appeal, but did not have national appeal. They won some seats until the duopoly captured them, right? So if you are going to have parties at the local level, maybe you would have to look at the national character requirement. Maybe some parties are just interested in serving the local area. They are not interested in going national, and they can devote themselves to just running for office at that level. Because if you have this national party requirement, what is a party that is only interested in running, for a seat in Boku care about having a national appeal? So maybe that is also something we have to look at. Once we start going in the direction of parties, we may have to change the rules around what parties must look like to contest election at that level. But the point about local parties is very valid.
I wanted to touch on the issue of violence. Let's be very careful. As Alaji mentioned, it's because there's not much at stake. When people realize that the district or the mayor or district chief executive elected is going to hold a lot of resources, people will sponsor whether we go there or not. But a key point I wanted to let us draw attention to is the recent Council of State elections and what happened in Kumasi. I mean, previously, nobody showed any interest, but now it became overtly political and partisan and violent. Because...
And why do you think so? Because no resources, their power hasn't changed, nothing has changed about them.
Well, people have their own calculations and the motivations. And as soon as it happened, people knew who committed which act of violence, because they know them as belonging to particular parties, even at that level, even though, Council of State elections were not supposed to be partisan. So we can pretend it's not happening, but as for the violence, it will happen when we start electing.
So we should stop
MMDC.
the election.
So no. So let's not pretend.
Steve, can you have your turn? Then it comes back to the table. Then we can close for lunch.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Stephen Kokwasari Bedu. Paul, thanks for your presentation, brief but very loaded. Now, you mentioned that the local governance has been very much fragmented. Yeah, and rightly that is so. But your proposal to support this was to maintain the RCC, to coordinate them. Why can't we sort of eliminate the fragmentation by creating the concept of city-country administrative structure within the country, especially for the major cities, okay, where eventually they win themselves of national support in terms of resources. And this will enable us to now send resources to the districts to support them. We don't need to run it strictly like we have in the other democracies, but of course, we need to look at how we can merge it with the national administration. That is my first point. And you also talked about monetization of elections generally, which is a problem. And as a matter of fact, we are not talking about general elections here, but the local ones. And if you don't do anything about it, the same challenges we face once we start electing MMDCs and the others. Why do we have monetization of elections? I think all of us are witnesses to how it's affecting the quality of candidates that have been elected recently. I think her leadership mentioned what is happening currently in Parliament, the quality. It all has to do with the fact that we've allowed the political parties, in terms of the candidates that they present to us, to be elected to Parliament and other positions. We've allowed them to do their own thing, to use any means necessary to present candidates to us, for us to now elect them, which we know we don't have any choice in that. And how do they do that? By any means necessary. They use this delegate system where few people go to elect a parliamentary candidate, and these people are bought. Why can't we have a system where we register, perhaps all political party members, and they enable them, capacitate them to elect their, candidates. Let them all be involved. It shouldn't just be a few delegates that can be bought with the television set, Kako, and then all those funny things, that are getting people elected to Parliament. If you have tens of thousands of political party members electing candidates, it will be very difficult for anybody to influence them unless you have a very strong message. So that's an area that perhaps we need to look at. When it comes to the common fund, I believe we don't have to abolish it, but rather we need to increase the percentage that is going to the, the district. We need to have so much decentralized. I'm talking about the resources, leaving fund. Thank you, Doc. Thank you very much, Doc, for the correction. The constituency share of the common fund.
That's down there.
Thank you, Auntie. And peace. I think that is something that eventually, when we are electing the MMDCs, it needs to be abolished, because presently, from observation, it is nothing but a means by which MPs or candidates, use to leverage re-election. They buying books and then putting their pictures on these books and umbrellas and what have you, and passing them off as though the money is coming from them. And that is not something that is working for the districts or the constituencies. We need to look at abolishing that. So much has been said. Just one more, Doc. So much has been said about the election of MMDCs, whether on partisan line or non-partisan. I think if it is four-legged with paws and it barks, it is a dog, and we need to call it a dog. Whether we like it or not, there's been infiltration, as my sister rightly said, by the political parties in these elections. And we need to elect them on partisan basis. And in fact, she has mentioned political party basis. Thank you. She brought a very good idea where we could use this as a means of developing, greater forces when it comes to political parties, so that we break the duopoly. Some political parties could start from that level and then develop to the national stage where people will now start recognizing them. And I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
I think it's okay. There's too much. Time has passed too much. It's okay. Maybe it's mine. What I have is more like a question. I don't know how many of you ever look at the local government bulletins, which are published, and they list all the fee-fixing resolutions. And I've been looking at those things for years. And it's always been a wonder to me why a whole body, an assembly, will sit there and fix fees, and it's in pest words, and 2 CDs for the goat that was caught across the road and all that. And you see, and so I wanted to ask Doctor whether there's a certain limit from Ministry of Finance as to the levels of fees they can fix for those activities, because it's a long list of things that the assemblies can be making money from. Some of them are sanitation related, some of them have to do with orderliness, cemeteries, lorry parks, etc., 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 filling stations. Normally we look at the property tax, but there are all these little ones. And then if you just take a look at any of those things, it's not even worth the paper it's written on. And maybe that's partly because of the common fund, or whatever used to be there before common fund, some money that will be coming from the central government. So they are not doing the work that they are supposed to do to raise the funds they should be raising. But that's another area. So I wanted to know whether there's a certain limitation they have from Ministry of Finance. You don't have the jurisdiction to they've been capped as to how much they can raise. Now I want to tell you something I discovered about chiefs. When I took my trips around the country inspecting the courts, I came to realize the critical importance of traditional authority. In most of when I started, before the media caught on and were following us, the only local authority that would consistently be concerned about the courts building, what it looks like, where the magistrate lives, and so on and so forth, would be the traditional authority. Because they have the continuity. And so they are concerned about how law enforcement, law and order in their, or justice delivery in their jurisdiction. And I sometimes would go to some places, you know, I always remember in particular New Abrim, where after taking a really horrible ride through some scary forest, we arrived there, and by the time we reached there, I had a backache, and it was awful. And I was traveling with my daughter, and I said, listen, if we get there and it's some stupid court, I'll close it straight away. and so we arrived there, and it was, pardon me, a stupid court. And the judge and the magistrate was standing in front. And I said, listen, I'm not even coming out of the car. I've closed this court. It doesn't suit you. I'm going to transfer you to a better place, and we're closing this. And she said, oh, that place down the hill where the balloons are, that's a new court. I didn't know. It wasn't on my list that there was a new court, that I was going to inaugurate a new court. The judicial secretary was not aware of it. So we went down there. The chief and his court were inside waiting for me. And he said how happy that he is that I have come, etc., etc. It was a brand new building, and that's why they had festooned it with balloons, and that I've come and I can open the court. And it had 12 rooms. You know, he said, well, nobody told me what is the approved plan. We didn't know how many rooms you needed, but we have heard you've been closing courts. And this place, we need courts because it's a mining area, and the criminality will be scary if the court was closed. So here's your court, you know. And then the DC happened to saunter in, I think, when he heard that I had arrived, and he was not even aware of the court building or anything. And he was so moved that he also offered that any additional furniture, any desks and everything, the district will take that over. But in many places, in Kade, Oda, and all that, it was the traditional authority that was interested, keenly interested, and rather than the political authority, yes. And therefore, whatever we're going to construct, the role of the traditional authority at the local government level, let's make sure we don't dim what is their responsibility, because they recognize it and they take it. And in fact, where was it? I think it was somewhere in Brong Ahafo, in Bono region, where they had also built a new court, and it's because they thought that it was the responsibility of the traditional authority to build courts. And so they didn't like what the old one looked like, so they had built a new one. It's very important, and maybe we should, when we come to chieftaincy, let's see how imaginative we can be, because there are some countries, well, we're not there yet, and I'm not sure I'll be here for that one. Chieftaincy. Oh, okay. Well. Okay. Yes. So I'm not planning to come tomorrow. Yeah. So, you know, so maybe I can just briefly say what I have to say. there are countries like Rwanda. We're always talking about the wonder of Rwanda. Part of their success has been how, right from the beginning, they recognized that, okay, the chiefs were part of the initial problem, and therefore they have to be part of the solution. So, strictly speaking, the chieftaincy, part of the chief's function falls under the Minister of Justice, because they do have a regular court, and at least across Rwanda, that court is supposed to sit on Fridays. At least. Some districts, they sit more frequently. And certain, what one would call minor matters, they're the ones who handle that and report it through the Ministry of Justice to the Chief Justice. And as somebody mentioned, in Rwanda, as with countries like Kenya, Uganda, and all that, they take civil service work civic matters very seriously. And so the Minister of Justice also makes sure that the last day of every month, he would have visited a certain number of these traditional authority courts and report to cabinet. And you see, with that, you start hearing about all kinds of little disputes which may need to be nipped in the bud before they turn into something else. We have completely neglected that aspect. It's good they've put a lot, judicial power resides in the judiciary, but maybe there should be a small segment of the chief's activity, which would then, you classify it as judicial, and so they will have to report it to the judiciary. But because they do it anyway. One chief told me, you say we shouldn't get involved in domestic violence. Okay, fine, we know we shouldn't. But you also say that it's only the circuit court that deals with the ab initio with those cases. In this region, we don't have a circuit court. Although there was a magistrate court right outside the chief's palace, and he said, so the nearest court is in Boku. The abused woman, what's she supposed to do? Go, the police will take the case miles and miles and miles away to Boku. She will have to wake up early in the morning. God knows what she will do with her children, and then go to Boku. And maybe by the time she gets there, the court has adjourned, or maybe, he said, maybe you have called a meeting, so the magistrate, the circuit court judge has left for Accra, and so she comes back. She will get beaten again, and then she gets victimized over and over again. And it's true. So we need to, let's put things where they ought to be and where they can be handled effectively. And then train people into exercising that function properly.
Mr. Kufuor, since you had the last, why don't you conclude? Concluding comments, since you had the floor, and it's 2:17. Lunch is at 2, so maybe 5 minutes, then we're done. We'll go for lunch.
question that was posed about the limits on fee fixing.
The fees.
Dr. Gameli is here, Executive Secretary, IMCC. He is in a better position to answer this question.
Should we not give him the floor after lunch? Good. Good.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fabuaje. I had wanted to cede my space to you as a mentor in local governance. But my professor chair has asked me just to use 2 minutes to wrap up the session. Prof, all that I can say is that we are struggling with the problem of an imperial presidency at the national level. Elections have not been able to help us resolve that problem. It's giving us partial solutions of every 4 years. In between the 4 years, we've all seen how we've struggled. Sometimes how we could have wished that we have certain powers to intervene in the process, but we have to wait for 4 years. And this is a clarion call that I'm making, that we should also avoid creating imperial MMDCs. The election alone will not solve the problem. And that's why I threw in the position of the presiding member, which is a very critical organ that could play the oversight and accountability at the local level. Election may not be the panacea, but how do we strengthen that office? Because my experience moving around local authorities shows me that they lack their independence and they lack their autonomy. They basically look up to the MMDCs for direction. And we cannot have such a structure that should promote a relationship that is grounded on accountability and transparency and all that. The last one I want to talk about was a question that was put to me by Mr. Chair. Forgive me, the name has escaped me. I think it was about my proposal for a special development fund for rural development. Yeah. And that one, I think I will talk like a politician. If you are determined, we can find the money, because the money is there. In the sense that there are calls for some MMDAs to be weaned off the District Assembly Common Fund. We can find very innovative ways. KMA, Dr. Estofa Wadi, years have been part of all this conversation that some assemblies, they've overgrown the District Assembly Common Fund. They don't need it. If you make those savings, we can put it in those funds. Travel through Lambisi, Kana areas, and the level of deprivation that stares at you is so alarming. How can citizens connect themselves with the state when they live in such an environment? And that is why the intervention at the rural level is very important. As Ghanaians, we should have this minimum threshold for service delivery standards that every citizen can connect. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I think this has been a very fruitful conversation. We will take it up after lunch. I think there is still energy for more thinking, and it's good that we have at least somebody who is currently working in that sector. So you all stay around, and I like the point about innovation. This is something that we should have foremost on our minds. Really try to find innovative solutions to our perennial problems. There are perennial problems, but innovation, there's always room for innovation. And I still go back to your point about asymmetrical local government. We should not think that we must have one size fits all. So maybe rural fund for some places, common fund for others, weaning off for others. All of these are things that I think we can take on board. Thank you very much. You will back. Why not? So we have an afternoon session. I don't think IDEG is here. They will be presenting tomorrow. Kweku will be presenting tomorrow, but I think we want to hear from one of our public institutions that was mentioned in the course of the conversation, I think in Dr. Ofe Abuaje's comment, remarks, she made mention to how's it called? Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization. And we have, not in America, of course. And we will give them the floor to also share with us their perspective on the project that's before us, specifically as it pertains to the decentralization agenda and also local government, and by implication, maybe some things in relation to chiefs, if that's part of what they have on their plate. So I'll invite the head of the team to make their presentation. He will introduce himself first and then proceed.
Thank you, Prof. My name is Dr. Gamali Hodofia. I'm Executive Secretary to the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization. We're part of the Office of the President. Our offices are located in the same compound as yourselves. Yes, that's why I was ribbing Dr. Rayner that we got a very late invitation to come. But nonetheless, we are here, and that's what matters. The IMCC is a creature of law. It's been operating since 2010. However, Act 936 set it up or mainstreamed the IMCC into the public administration architecture of Ghana. So if you look at 204 of 936 all the way to 208, the IMCC and its structures are established within Act 936 as the key national institutional body or mechanism for intersectoral policy coordination for decentralization and the decentralized local government system. So essentially, it was set up in its workings to bring together, as you know, when we talk about sectors, the decentralization and local governance sector is the only one that brings several sectors together. So when you go to the local level, how district assemblies work, you find that everyone is there. And if you go according to the directive principles of state policy, really, that brings meaning to 35(6)D at the local level through the MMDAs and what they do, through their planning processes and what have you. The MCC was set up because we're having bottlenecks. We've been implementing decentralization for over 30 years today, and we're still talking about reforms. And I'm sure the conversation here is also about reforming. We want to review our constitution to make things better. From where we sit, I want to be able to highlight some of the challenges that we have. I've heard, unfortunately, we're not here for Dr. Ofe Abuaje's presentation. However, we had some of the discussion. We'll try to respond to some of the issues raised. I think her ladyship asked a question about fee fixing. Now, if you refer to 936, I think 144, 145 makes provision for assemblies to be able to collect sufficient rates and fees. And so the provision is there. However, I think the moderating factor is the Ministry of Local Government, which has the responsibility to issue fee-fixing guidelines on an annual basis to the MMDAs. And so they tend to, moderate how much the assemblies can charge for the various types of things that they rate at the local level. But they do have the authority to do what they have to do. And if we didn't have that requirement where the local government minister has to issue some specific, so maybe we need to look at that aspect of it. Why must the minister issue the guidelines, to limit how much they can charge? So maybe that's a conversation that you can take forward. I want to be able to, I want to narrow my discussion around what is it that is impeding local governance and decentralization as we see. Inadequate financial resources and delays in disbursement. That seems to be the key thing. And so I heard a lot of people talking about the structure, but we are very concerned about what we have today. How can we make it work better? And I'm sure that through this process, if you take those forward, because we say we are decentralizing or devolving the function, there's been a conversation about whether the Constitution is clear on what we mean by decentralization. I don't know if you've come across that. A few people raise it. But to my mind, the Constitution is quite clear that devolution, by way of the type of decentralization that we should have in Ghana, I think that 35(6)(d) and then Chapter 20 itself makes sufficient argument for the fact that we're talking about devolution, where the people should have total control at that level to be able to make decisions, plan, ratings, all of those things, giving them the power to be able to function effectively. And so I don't think it's deconcentration or, delegation, but the National Decentralization Policy tries to clarify that, and that's our responsibility as an IMCC, intersectoral policy. So we work on the National Decentralization Policy. The last one ended in December last year, 2020 to 2024. And so we inherited a process, the Sum Zero draft. And I think I am throwing out an open invitation. Sometime in May, we're looking to organize a national dialogue on decentralization and responsive governance, which obviously fits into what you're doing here as well. So the partners are invited, but we would put out some more information about that later on. So that policy seeks to clarify that in Ghana, when we talk about decentralization, we mean devolution, and around the regional level, deconcentration, and then at the sub-national level, we're talking about, especially the unit committees and what have you, we're talking about delegation, because the powers there are delegated to them. I won't bore you with the various definitions as to what we mean. So if the funds must follow functions, then why do we have weaknesses in the system? Currently, it feels as if there's a disconnect between the local governments and the citizenry. So that you have a situation where a lot of people live in spaces. They live within local authority areas, but they don't even know what local authority they live in. They don't know the responsibilities of the local authorities. All they care about maybe, and this, I would say, a certain segment of Ghanaians suffer this more than others. If I'm okay and, I have a vehicle, I travel in, I can buy my fuels, I can provide solar or electricity. I mean, once I am comfortable, then I don't need the local authority. I can pay for, a sanitation company to come carry my waste and what have you. So a lot of people live in Ghana disconnected from, the structures that we have put in place. And so that also influences the discourse in how we talk about local governance and decentralization. Even the presidency, the Flagstaff House, is within a local authority area. And so local authorities, for instance, should be able to, charge sufficient fees to be able to, I don't know if you get the point I'm making. You look quizzical. But all I'm saying is that, it's the management of spaces. And every space in Ghana is within the local authority area. And so if it's Lankwantana Medina, or if it's Adenta, or what have you, everybody lives in one. But do we know what they do? We don't. It's either the local authorities themselves that are not doing a good job by way of popular participation, bringing the people together through their planning processes, educating their publics. Maybe there's a weakness there, or that they don't have sufficient funds, which is what you hear all the time. Lack of resources, lack of resources. I agree, unlike other jurisdictions where you find, if you go to Denmark, for instance, not less than 75% of all revenues go to the municipalities. In our case, 5% constitutional provision. And I think that it does, the NDC manifesto says 7.5%, but even that is woefully inadequate. I think we need to do more. The president, through the Minister for Local Government, says that the DACF, 80% of it should be able to go down. But that's just the DACF. But then we need to be able to, there are other ways in which we should resource local authorities to deliver on the functions. Because there's no point in decentralizing. All the beautiful things we're talking about, DC, we must elect partisan, non-partisan. If you elect partisan or non-partisan, and the person has no resources to be able to function, then, the people of Ghana will not benefit. Right? So we have to look at those things. And so it's very important that we make allowances for how much would go in terms of the percentage of all revenue that is generated by the state. The percentage is very important. I would suggest a minimum of 25%, for instance. A minimum of 25% should go. Because come to think about it, we're talking about composite budgeting. Now, if you know how the district assemblies function, composite budgeting is a creature of law. It's LI 1961. That's the establishment of the departments of the district assemblies, right? And in there, it says that, okay, once we are creating the functions and devolving them to the local level, we must allow them sufficient resources to be able to function. And they must coordinate. So the various departments should put together a composite budget that would go to the Minister for Finance. Now, the Minister for Finance usually will set the ceilings. But the way composite budgeting is meant to work in practice is this. If you take, for instance, Planting for Food and Jobs from the previous government, over 2 billion Ghana cedis was spent on that. Now, you have a department at the local level through this decentralization system that we have established at the local level. That function is there. The people at the local level, in terms of the officials, they know the farmers, and they can recruit additional people. Or if someone wants to do commercial, who has the capacity to be able to do 100 acres, that district director knows. Who has capacity to be able to do 5 acres, that district director knows. However, we are delivering that function from the center. So what's the local authority supposed to be doing? Just what, sanitation? No, that's there's a department of agric within the local authority, and that's their job. So if you say that the Minister for Agric has had their budget approved, that budget has to deliver a function of agriculture, ensure food security in Ghana. Who better to lead the charge than the district director of Agric at the local level? But does that happen? No, it's implemented from the center. So as we talk about decentralization or devolution, all of these matter. How we do it matters a lot. So we have a law that says, okay, we should have composite budgets, but they just get peanuts. So the composite budget that the districts put together, when in a year, maybe a certain department is meant to get 100,000, for instance, just an example. They end up getting like 20,000, or in some cases 10,000. In some cases, not at all. Why is that? Because the mother ministries, if you can call them that, they are holding all of the cash at the center and implementing things directly from the center. That's not decentralization. That's not devolution, right? So the system that we have put in place ourselves currently, we are not allowing it to work. And that's a major challenge. That's a very, very, very big challenge. So the Minister for Finance needs to, through that budget, be able to say that, okay, this is Agric. The Agric budget, the National Decentralization Policy says that the ministries, agencies, and departments at the national level should pay attention to policy formulation, monitoring, and evaluation. So what percentage of that budget of the Minister for Agric is for M&E, is for policy making? And then the rest of it should go. Then that way, if the district is not delivering, they're not doing their job, then you can say they're not doing their job, right? Or you can say that they're weak or they don't have capacity or whatever, then you can strengthen. But if you're not allowing the resources to go as they should, then we're always blaming the system. And it seems like it's something we do a lot. We want to bring on board new ideas, new things. But what we have, if you ask me, it's even sufficient to ensure that the development at the local level is citizen-led. So that if you look at 936, there's a whole section on participation. It's in there, right? There's a whole section on participation in Act 936. Is it being utilized effectively? Civil society organizations, both at the national and local level, are not holding duty bearers at that level, to, the fire, to say, there are all these things in the law. How are you implementing? Right? So in this conversation, as we look to reform, as we look to review our constitution, Chapter 20, definitely, we should take a look, where necessary, clarify. So for the people who are unsure what the Constitution means by decentralization, by all means, we should clarify for them that we want devolution. We want power to the people. We want that the local government should be the planning authorities, the rating authorities, I mean, everything that 936 highlights for them in terms of functions. But we must also ensure that the funds follow the functions. If we don't do that, we would have a challenge. So how big the pot is and how that pot is utilized is very important. In other jurisdictions, yes, local authorities hire and fire their own people, right? So I hear a lot of arguments. People say, oh, the Rwandan model. I hear people say, okay, let's go for the UK model and what have you, how we run local authorities so that it should be based on, qualifications and what have you. But whichever way we do it, all the other parameters that you put in place to allow for that to work, we have to pay attention to those as well through this process. I mean, in the UK, you go through an interview process to become a district chief executive or for a borough, for instance, or a county. And then there are others that You know, they go for, they've done a hybrid system where others too, they vote for them directly by way of the mayors. And so they have elections. So the UK has tried a mixed bag, you know, of things. But then even where mayors are elected, they still have a chief executive that they work with, who is like a coordinating director, for instance. If I bring our situation to bear. So that person runs the authority, and then the mayor has political oversight over it. Now, is that what we want to try? I've heard the arguments about, you know, elections on partisan and non-partisan basis. Now, the Afrobarometer, I mean, Ghanaians say they want on non-partisan basis because they don't want the things that are happening at the center at the local level. The argument is that it's already happening anyway, so why not just have it, the full shebang? Maybe, you know, we lost a certain opportunity when we were working towards the referendum. I believe that we should have gone ahead on a non-partisan basis, see how it goes, because already we elect some of the people at the local level. And so through this process, maybe that's what we should do, non-partisan, and then allow for different voices. Non-partisan does not mean that political parties cannot support people. It does not mean that, unless we specifically make it clear in the law that when we say non-partisan means that, okay, individuals cannot be grouped. Because, to be honest, political parties groom people. They groom people through their structures. And so if someone is in the community, they've identified that person as a bright light, and they want to groom the person to go through this process, by all means, right? But we are saying they shouldn't come with NDC flag, right? They can't, because regardless of what we do, right, in every home, we talk politics, right? But my argument is that I think non-partisan is better, because that's what the people of Ghana want. If you ask today, they would say that. And all the surveys, unless we say that the surveys are not scientific or don't mean anything, that's what the people of Ghana are saying. And democracy is about what the people want. So let's give what they want. If at some point in the future, it is determined by the people of Ghana themselves that they want it on a partisan basis, then yes, by all means, we can go that way. But to force it down their throat, that hey, at the local level, because we think that things are not working, so the best way to fix that is to do political. I mean, it's another thing altogether, but I digress. So I'll come back to the next thing I want to talk about is weak institutions, and then institutional capacity and human resource constraints at the local level. We have the local government service. They have challenges. So we have a situation where we have created districts based on a certain criteria, 75, 95, 250. Now, when we were working on 936, we talked about a population threshold in terms of percentages of total national population to be able to fix the various levels. So maybe if it's for a district, then 2% of the total population of Ghana, for instance. If it's for a municipality, maybe 3%, and then 5% for that, to a large extent, is more difficult to meet than what we currently have. But the politician would have it whichever way they want anyway. And my colleague did some work on how local authorities function or are established, how districts are created. And he talks about interest congruence, right? And the factors that, you know, contribute. It's more local people, chiefs, traditional authorities, civil society organizations, in some cases, prominent Ghanaians coming from a certain place, and they want, their area to be carved out. So Prof is a big man in Accra, and then they're talking about, creation of districts. So he goes to go see the Minister for Local Government or the President even, right? In my area, it's very important, we have to create this. It's not about viability, but it's about we have a district, and so various interests, culminate, and that's what he talks about. Maybe at some point he will speak to it, about interest congruence that brings about the creation of districts. But do they have the capacity to be able to govern and to be able to manage the local area? A lot of our local authorities are not viable in terms of how they function. Now, there's a lot of laziness too to it, if I'm being brutally honest. I think Prof talked about, when he's driving down. In fact, if you drive down from Accra to Bolgatanga, you will see the opportunities for local economic development that are untapped. And as he's saying, for me, I keep giving the example. When you get to Wipe in central Gonja, the Pantu or the boat brings stuff from Akosombo to that place, and then you have all these trucks that take from there. You see the trucks lined on the road. Now, the local authority really, that's a low-hanging fruit. They should establish a car park, put a little male and female toilet or whatever there, right? Just fencing, not a concrete wall, just wire mesh. Just fence the place, pour some chippings on, and then charge them whilst they wait to load. Even when they load, before they take off, they need to be properly organized. So there's a place for you to park. If you park anywhere else, you pay a penalty, and then you still have to go to the parking lot and then pay a charge to park. That's double whammy. They get more money doing that, but they're not doing it. Parking charges are one of the ways local authorities across the world make money, not only local authorities. And also, ticketing. They install cameras. If you overspeed, boom. It's the local authorities. When you go to England, they charge that. Those cameras, the yellow cameras you see everywhere, it's the local authorities. They install them. It's not the police. It's the local authorities, and they collect the revenues from it, right? So that once you do it within a week, if you don't go and pay, it doubles. And so from that Wipe, you go to Yape, and the same way after the bridge, you see the trucks, they're parked there. So straight away from Accra all the way to Bolgatanga, there are opportunities that local authorities are not tapping into. Why? Is it a capacity issue? I don't think so. I don't think it's a capacity issue. Maybe it's an innovation issue, or they feel that reliance on the DACF. So district assemblies, as they are currently, would always talk about there's no money. You go and they're not doing what they should be doing because they say the DACF has not come, right? But really, they have opportunities to. So strengthening of capacity. I don't know whether those administrative issues come within the purview of this conversation, but it is certainly. So maybe the local government service itself has to be strengthened. And I do know that they suffer challenges of turf. So you have a minister for local government who feels that because there's a local government service and he runs a ministry of local government and there's local government in both of it, then that's his agency. And so they must report through his chief director or they must report to him. But that's not the case. These are, independent institutions that have been established to run specific things, but they are not being allowed to run as they should. Right? There's no way that the minister should be putting on their website that this is my agency. No. So if you go to the local government ministry's website today, you would find when they say our agencies and departments, you find Office of the Head of Local Government Service there. But is that the case? Is that what 936 says? No, it doesn't say that. You would see the District Assembly's Common Fund there, but is that what the law says? No. Even their own manual, organizational manuals don't state that, but they're doing it anyway. So there are also these practical bottlenecks administratively. So if we can get national level institutions to just pay attention to policy formulation, monitoring and evaluation, I tell you what, our local government system would work. It would work and work beautifully. So that if it comes to roads, there's no way that in a municipality, in a metro, you have an urban roads director. Now, maybe he went to school with Dr. Rayner, so they qualify at the same time as engineers. He is posted to the region, and then, you know, that person, Dr. Rayner, is posted to the district. You find that the engineer in the district has nothing to do, or the municipality virtually has nothing to do, because he's relying on funds, either funds that they've raised themselves or the DACF, or say the DPAT process, to be able to find money to construct some roads, feeder roads, and what have you. Whereas the guy at the regional level, he responds directly or reports directly to the bosses in Accra, because they run it as a deconcentrated type of thing. And so they give him a budget. You know, they allow him to identify projects that need to be done in the region, and then they send him the funds, and he is doing it, and his colleagues in the district or the municipalities are not doing anything, right? So that also comes back to what we have created currently, we are not allowing to work effectively. So that's all part of the administrative processes and capacity issues. Now, I alluded earlier to limited citizens' participation and transparency issues. That itself is a problem too. Okay, it's great to put in place laws and, review the Constitution. But when we finish doing that and we are not implementing effectively, who is it that should draw attention to what's happening? Who is to hold the fire to duty bearers to say you're not doing what you're doing? So one of the biggest challenges we have is us as a people. You know, it's either we're not, as I alluded to, either we are not properly engaged, we're not drawing attention, our people, we're not creating enough awareness about what it is that we have currently and how it should work, right? And what opportunities exist already for the participation of the Ghanaian people in the local governance space. That in itself is a problem. I did my study on local government accountability, financial accountability. And one of the things I found is that I think we need to look beyond institutions. That was one of my recommendations. We need to look beyond institutions, because if you look at the person who is in there, the DCE at the district level, for instance, does not sign any check. But all the malfeasance that the Auditor General highlights every year, majority of them emanates from the DCE. Right? Yes, because he's really the power behind all of it, not the coordinating director. The coordinating director signs the check with the finance person, but the DCE calls the shot behind the scenes. Right? But, you know, so you would always find the Auditor General would say the coordinating director should be surcharged. You will see it a lot of the time in the Auditor General's report, that surcharge the coordinating director and the finance. You will never hear about a DCE surcharge, rarely would you hear. And then when you go to Public Accounts Committee, it's not the DCE that takes the fall, it's the coordinating director. Right? So that also. So the mechanisms for accountability of the system is very important. And also how we, I don't know whether it's about socialization, how we socialize, how we strengthen the average Ghanaian is very important. Because obviously where I come from, I mean, how I grew up, who are my family people, what pressures I have, what church I go to, you know, who I socialize with, all of those things, you know, in my opinion, you know, impact on how, you know, if I am executive secretary of the IMCC, how I do it. Because there my village people are coming to give me pressure to do A, B, C, D, all of those things, you know, not really the institutions. Because you find that we are very innovative, not in the positive way. We are very innovative in undermining the systems that we have established. And so as part of this process, I mean, I don't know what you're going to do about that one, but it's very critical because we will put in place all the beautiful systems, but we ourselves will find a way to undermine them. Now, I want to give you an example of something that happened in 2017. Now, in 2016, when 936 was passed, there was a certain beautiful provision we put in there about the 30%, the criteria for the 30% appointed assembly members. Now, we thought that we should trial something where their tenure, you know, would go beyond the government that put them in place. Now, that's a good thing when it comes to accountability. But you find that when the government came in, the first amendment, anything in the legal space, was that amendment that President Akufo-Addo took to Parliament, or the Minister for Local Government took to Parliament, you know, to amend Act 936. And so for some copies, you see 936 and you see 940 because of that amendment. So the responsibility was taken, and once Parliament, the amendment went through, the next day, all the appointed assembly members were fired. All of them. Because the president didn't want a situation where he would send his DCs and then, you know, maybe they worried that this 30% would prevent, whereas it would have been better for the candidates to go and judge with these people and highlight to them what it is that they are bringing on board. And so they should be voted for, or they should be approved to lead the development of that area. I don't know what we're going to do about stuff like that, but that is an example of how we are able to use the systems, the law, or the power in ways that do not serve the Ghanaian people. I have here political interference in local governance processes as one of which is the example I just gave. So we need to strengthen, essentially, and our job at the IMCC is to strengthen policy coordination, bring all the people who have decentralized functions around the table, and where there are niggling issues, we draw the attention of His Excellency so that he can whip them in line. But these are some of the challenges we face. And so as you go through this process, it's important that you reflect on them and then make the system workable for all of us. Thank you very much.
Almost 4, I think we have this space to ourselves. I understand the whole day, so we can do at least 30 minutes before we break. Thank you very much for, again, you know, for the knowledge and information. You cannot do this kind of work without information, right? So the more insight we get, especially from insiders, as to how the system works, the better informed we would be of what the status quo presents, and then if there needs to be change, I think then we can proceed in that direction. So thank you very much for this additional insight. Yesterday, in the conversations around natural resources, there was an idea, not that there was consensus, but at least there was an idea that was put forth for some sort of integrated natural resource commission or agency or somebody or mechanism that would give us a national vision around what we want to do with our natural resource endowment. You know, because there was this point that we've created all these silos, these different commissions, Minerals Commission, Forestry Commission, Petroleum Commission, you know, and that there wasn't this clear, overarching national vision around what we do with our minerals. And as I listened to the conversation around local government and decentralization, there's also concerns emerging around, especially once you elect, and then you cut the umbilical cord that ties the local chief executive to the national authority. There is this concern about, you know, how you then ensure alignment between the local development ambition of the MMCE or whatever local unit you have and a certain national goal, right? And I see that, well, your organization does some bit of that, right? So the IMCC, as I understand it, the way I'm listening to you, it's almost like part of your role is to ensure this kind of alignment between what's happening there locally and a certain national view, as well as intersectorial. Yeah. Right. So in this new, if we assume that we're going to elect MMDCs, whether on party or no party basis, this issue becomes significant in terms of the alignment between the local and the national. Could you pick up that issue and enlighten us a bit on exactly how you see the alignment taking place in the light of some of the problems that we have highlighted? Another issue that I think that takes me back to the conversation I had with the mayor of Freetown is this, you know, you made a very important point about that in many countries, even where they elect the mayor, the mayor provides political oversight, but the day-to-day running of the town, the city, is in the hands of it could be a career local government professional or a bureaucrat, or in our case, the district coordinating director or whatever. How do you envision the role once we move into an electoral mayor kind of role? Because here, when you elect somebody, they think they are the ones who must do everything, sign the check, do whatever, you know. So you raise a very important point. We elect a mayor, and then he comes, and then there are these people sitting there. He says, I have to sign a check. And, oh, but you can't do this. But maybe when they are appointed, it's easier to tell them that, look, our roles are clear. But once you elect somebody, they come into the seat, and you are telling them, oh, I've been elected, but I can't do this and I can't do that. I mean, how do you envision this relationship taking place between the elected person, who is the political oversight for the municipality or local area, and then the professional person who is like the COO, right? You have a CEO, but somebody thinks I'm the chief operating officer who must run this on a daily basis. How exactly would you envision that role? This presentation so that we can wrap up the day, but yeah, wrap up.
Yes, just the last question you asked. I think it's something that also came up in 2019 when we were trying to push the agenda for the elections, even though it was on different formats. The key question in some of the forums we held was the same question Prof was asking. Were we envisaging a situation where the elected chief executive will have his cabinet, or the elected chief executive will be allowed to also have his administration, and what will happen to the bureaucrats already in existence. So these were some of the critical questions were being asked at the forums that were held. So I think it would be important if you have any idea on that.
Thank you. Any more?
Hello. Thank you very much, Doc. Listening to you, you made a point that part of the reasons why MMDAs are very lethargic, reluctant in pushing for revenue, has to do with the availability of the common fund. But I wanted to find out from you, how do we create the incentives to drive that kind of behavior and response? I know of the performance contract that MMDCs are supposed to sign. Is this something that you find relevant in this context? Then secondly, on the issue of monitoring performance of MMDAs, we know of the DPAT. What's your reflection around the DPAT? Should we be thinking of a new system or arrangement in monitoring the performance of MMDAs? I would like to listen to you on this perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You actually made references to the mayor and then the executive, saying that well, the mayor is a political figure, but when you look at the executive, he's a civil servant, right? He's a civil servant, and that is why public financial account, the mayor is not supposed to sign the check, just like the minister, and it's the chief director who is supposed to do that, as well as the coordinating director. But the question I want to ask is, the two of them, the examples you gave, are they all elected? Or who appoints who? Yes, I just wanted to find out that.
Well, Doc, I have known this RCC business to be something so aligned to the regional minister's office. When you are looking for the regional, say, oh, go to the RCC. So I'm now hearing as if they are supposed to be independent. I see them like chief directors of the ministry for, the regional administration. What is it supposed to be? What do you think should be their role or their relationship to the regional minister at the regional ministry?
Can you add this to the questions? So once you elect a mayor, I'm thinking more about this, the removal factor, right? Because there's a lot of concern that if we do not provide enough safeguards at the local level, we are going to create a local despot or local monster that we cannot control easily, right? Because election gives that person a different kind of legitimacy. They are very popular locally. They want a local election. And removing them is not going to be without political cost. There's going to be. But people are also concerned, and in many places, one of the things that has tended to derail or prolong the decentralization agenda is this concern about decentralizing corruption, right? That when you decentralize, you are decentralizing all that is bad with power at the center. You are dropping it to the local level. And so I've been, thinking through ways in which, in terms of the grounds for removal of a mayor, how do you, there was monitoring performance has been mentioned, auditing, all these things. And now we are learning that, well, it's not the mayor who signs the money, the check, right? And yet the mayor is the person behind the throne who is the one guilty of all the malfeasance that's reported in the Auditor General's report. So assuming we're going to use the Auditor General's report as a basis, one of the grounds, like, maybe you have 3 or 4 mentions in the Auditor General's report, that's grounds for removal or impeachment at the local level, right? I mean, so you have to think about the same kinds of things you would do at the national level. Would that be grounds for impeachment? Those kinds of issues, because it's a very complicated issue once you elect at the local level and you don't have a way of doing it. And then maybe you can also reflect on this. Currently, we do a runoff, right? When we elect at the national level and nobody gets 50%, we do a runoff. Now, if you want the local mayor to be popularly representative, you will still have to anticipate that you are going to have a system where 20 people contest or 10 people contest. The person who is topping the list has 5 or 10%, but he's leading. Are we going to build runoffs into this? Runoffs all over the country, 261 runoffs or 200 whatever runoffs. So I'm just thinking about how you operate the system. I mean, the cost of really running an elected mayoral system across the country. And so some of these are some of the things that pop out when I think about how that.
Thank you, Prof. So for starters, alignment with national priorities. That's if I got that right. So I alluded to the fact that currently the national decentralization policy tries to clarify what the national level institutions should do, that they should set the policy agenda, so they should be responsible for policy formulation, the monitoring of it, and then monitoring of implementation of those policies at the local level, so that the MMDAs have a responsibility by way in line with the principle of subsidiarity, that they will do it better at that level. And so the center really has no business implementing, because you don't have if you like, all the information to be able to effectively implement that policy in Bunkrugu whilst you are seated in Accra, right? And so the mayor or district chief executive and his administration at that level, they will be able to do it. So that the idea is that the national priorities, even through the NDPC process and what have you, then culminates into this layer where only the district assemblies have a responsibility for implementation. Maybe that's something through this process that you can do for this beautiful nation of ours. Because for me, I think that that is really the problem. If we reform the system in whichever way, and we don't take care of that one, whereby the national level institution, I know the president will say, I want a mandate, and I want to execute, right? But everywhere in the world, when the president wins a mandate, that mandate is executed through the bureaucracy, right? And that bureaucracy is what does the implementation. And so in our case, the bureaucracy is down there. In the UK, it's the boroughs and counties and what have you, and their people. They appoint them themselves. You go through a rigorous process to hire and fire people. And those people in the boroughs or the districts, that's our equivalent of them, they do the implementation of the national priorities. So when the new government, every new government that comes in, Labour in government today, they set out their broad priorities. Those broad priorities are translated into practical, implementable solutions within the districts. So in our case, we need to ensure that the districts are implementing national priorities, so that the center does not, it's more like delineation of, this is your responsibility, right? And this is my responsibility, and let's keep to it. If we don't do that, nothing will work. Even if you elect either on partisan or non-partisan basis, the system still would have a problem. So it will be devolution. No, so it's not about implementing your orders, right? Because remember, in our case, we're a unitary state. We're not federal, we're unitary. And so we suffer the challenge of, having to implement national priorities, so that when the president or the new government comes in and through the NDPC process, they put in place a national development framework. That framework is national, is meant to govern everybody else. But what my argument is that it is not then the government's ministers seated in Accra who should do it, right? But rather the local government architecture that we have established for ourselves. They should do the implementation. And so they should have the requisite capacity, human resources, and the institutional capacity to be able to deliver on that mandate. So that you see that the NDPC, through both of their laws, either the Commission itself or the Systems Act, they're meant to, there are two for the NDPC. There's the Systems Act and then the NDPC Act itself. Now, the Systems Act is the one that allows them to be able to, on an annual basis, send guidelines to the districts.
Maybe I should clarify. I think what I'm asking is,
yes,
in the current system as you've described it,
yes,
even with the president appointing
yes,
the MMDC,
yes,
it is difficult to ensure that the district authority is implementing national priorities,
no,
even in the current system.
No, it's not.
Okay. Then what I'm saying is that when you elect
yes,
the district's chief executive,
yes,
the mayor, then you are going to have a difficulty because that person has come to disrupt, that line of authority that makes it easy. That person has local political accountability,
yes,
local political legitimacy, and it's no longer part of that chain from the top to the bottom. And how are we going to reconcile that?
So my argument is that we set in place systems currently to manage our public administration system. So whether you are everywhere else in the world, that's how it is. Whether you are elected or appointed, you still have to work within that system. And it is that system that sets the parameters for how that we deliver on the functions that are devolved.
So what is the election doing? Why are we electing a mayor?
So this is the thing. We elect the mayor so that the people, number one, have a semblance of, this one, we know him. We put him there, right? And so when it comes to, for example, planting for food and jobs, it's a national priority that we want to ensure food security and grow food so that we can make foreign exchange from it. Now, that man who has been elected at the local level, through his interactions with the people, he won't, if he's not implementing that policy properly, right? In addition to, of course, he would have aspirations or priorities himself, but he has to still do it within a certain context. If not, we're going to have haphazard implementation of national priorities. So if we must do it, my argument is that, yes, let's set in place a certain system which is already in place by way of the bureaucracy, because we're not saying that because we're going to elect the mayor, then we are doing away with the local government service. Is that the argument? No. Exactly. Yes.
I campaigned on making Accra the cleanest city.
Fantastic.
In West Africa.
Yes.
I have been elected. I want to do certain things to realize my manifesto promise. Maybe making Accra the cleanest city in West Africa is not one of the national things. But that's what I campaigned on, and I need my resources to deliver on that campaign promise. Now, it's not, how do we ensure that there's alignment of that campaign promise on the basis of which I was elected? Okay. Which may not necessarily fall into a national plan or priority. It could be contradictory, it could be in alignment. I mean, this is a good one. I've given you a good example.
Yes.
But maybe the person campaigned on something else.
So my argument is this. So if we take education, for instance, at the basic level, in the Constitution we talk about FQIP, that education at that level should be free. Now, if you're a mayor, elected, right, whether you are appointed or elected, the Constitution says that this is what we should do, right? That's part of the systems I'm talking about. We have set the parameters already. And so to not bog down the Constitution in specifying these things, we need to, that is why we have the NDPC, right? So that the NDPC does a certain job of saying that, okay, these are together our broad base. That's why it's important that the way the NDPC should really work is that bottom up and top down, we agree that these are the things. So if we talk about a 40-year plan or a 5-year plan, whatever it is, we would have agreed those broad priorities so that whether you campaigned on making Accra the cleanest city or not, we know what that means. We have to deliver it within a certain broad parameter. And what is that parameter? You see, so that's the argument I'm making, that we have certain systems. If not, it's a free-for-all, right? Okay. No, but that, exactly, but the president does. Really how the system is meant to work currently is that the president comes in, and then because we do not have, say, a 40-year plan, where the president can then say, align even their manifesto with it, right? So because of that, we have a situation where the parties campaign on, their own parameters. But really, if truly, and maybe this process can help, say that, okay, look, these are the broad priorities. And this happens in the Western world. There are certain things that you can't touch them. They are fixed. So when it comes to provision of health, you can only do so much in terms of recalibrating the system. So we have to necessarily be able to have a broad, if not, what's going to happen is that, yes, you can elect the mayor or you can appoint the mayor. So currently, the people are appointed. They are supposed to deliver on the president's mandate. The NDPC does the annual and everything, right? Now, the point is that we say we are not seeing it. A lot of Ghanaians don't see what it is that the district assemblies are doing, right, in implementing what it is that. And I'm saying there's a problem there. They are not being allowed to do it. And they themselves, too, have a certain challenge in, this is our space, and we must lead implementation. So if you have the broad framework in place, a national framework, whether it's a 10-year, a 20-year, and everybody is singing from that same hymn book, I believe that that is the way that we can fix. Yes, you want to see to Mauli.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Indeed. One point of correction.
Yes.
NDPC has a 40-year development plan.
I did not say they don't.
Okay. But the political parties are still coming into power through their own manifestos. They are not. So if there's
exactly, that's why I say, that's why I say that if we have the broad parameters that all of us, we accept, and the political parties are. So if it's in the Constitution that whatever parameters the NDPC set in the 40-year plan, all the political parties must align.
No, but okay. Keep it at the local level.
Yes.
Let's keep it locally elected mayor.
Yes.
National priority.
Good.
And let's see how.
Okay. So exactly. So you have a national priority, because what I'm trying to say is that currently, the priorities that are meant to be implemented at the local level come through the NDPC process. They come through sectoral plans. Those sector plans don't stand in a vacuum. right? The NDPC pulls the sector plans together into a single document, a medium-term plan, which is the plan of the government, right? Now, so we are in a unitary state, and so the local governments don't have that authority, whether you are elected or appointed, right? That's the assumption I'm making. Yes. So if whether you elect on a partisan or non-partisan basis, where they elect on partisan basis currently, they still have to deliver on the priorities, even though they put their political ideology on the parameters, but they still deliver within a certain parameter. That's the argument I'm making.
Maybe I think when you use the unitary and stuff like that,
yes.
I mean these are not binary. Okay. These are not binary concepts, right? Yes. There's quite a bit of federalism in many unitary states, yes, and there's almost a bit of unitarism in federalisms, right? So Kenya says we have. They don't use the F word in Kenya. Yes. They say we have a devolved government, trying to avoid use of the federalism word. But when you look at how Kenya has done devolution to the county level, and you look at what is happening with the governors and the legislatures and everything that has been elected, there's quite a lot of room, right? And you can also tell there's a lot of room because of the variation across counties. When you look at what County A is doing and County B is doing, County C is doing, it's clear that, yes, they are all part of a unitary state of Kenya, but they are doing different things in those three different counties. And so you will find that to the extent that that variation is evident, it's clear that even though there is a national a set of national priorities, giving power to these devolved counties is changing how the whole territory is being governed. And I'm saying that the moment you elect, especially when you are talking about, say, Accra, the big ones, Accra, Kumasi, Tamale, and all of that, the moment you are an elected mayor, you will, by all means, want to leave your imprint on the local area in terms of what your priority is. And if Accra is widely seen as filthy and we have sanitation problems, and you got elected on the promise that you are going to clean up Accra, that Aboboya will be redesigned, they will not drop later all over the place because they are using cardboards to connect them. In fact, you can even prescribe how Aboboyas would look like in your campaign. And say, Aboboyas will not travel, will not be on the road for rush hour purposes. They will come out after 9:30 or 10 o'clock in the morning. And you come. And then I say, well, that is not part of the central government's plan. So I'm unable to implement my Accra Clean City plan because it doesn't quite align with what it is that I said, that's going to be a problem, right? I mean, and how do we prevent, more or less I'm asking, how do we prevent that kind of thing from happening, right?
So to give a practical example, a mayor, I don't know whether he did not understand the first question you asked in terms of whether it will be devolving or whatever, because if I am elected, for instance, even let's say that we agree that there is a national priority. Let's say national priority is to promote access to education.
No, just use the clean.
Okay. Okay, so the clean environment. If I am a mayor and I'm concerned about the environment and I run on a green agenda, okay, and the president comes and says, drill, 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 or mine, 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 and you are saying that because I'm local and he's national, I have to follow the national priority. How does that work then if I campaign on a green agenda that I will not allow A, B, C, D, and I have to follow the president's, the national priority?
Okay, so I think maybe I think we are speaking from the same hymn book. Maybe it's how we are calibrating. Now, what I'm saying is this. It's very important that when you do elect, you elect for the people to work within a certain system. You're not electing them and saying, oh, it's a free-for-all. Because you've been elected as mayor, then you just do what you like, right? I'm saying that over time, we have established a public administration system. We have a public service, we have a civil service, we have a local government service. Now, we are talking in the, within the domain of the local governments. We're saying that for local governments to be effective, one of the ways is to elect, whether on partisan basis or not. Why do we say that? We're saying so that because the local level understands better the priorities at the local level, right? They would be able to hopefully, right, design the mechanisms for how they meet those needs or aspirations of the people at that level. Now, my argument is that because we do have this architecture in place, we have to have a situation where at the national level, we have a president who is coming, and then we have non-partisan or partisan local governments, if you like. Now, how do we do coordinated development? That's where we are, coordinated development. And so it's either together we agree broad priorities to say that when it comes to education, we, the people of Ghana, we want that when we talk about basic education, it's from kindergarten all the way to SHS. That is what we mean, or that it ends at GSS. And what that means, that it should be free, or part of it should be technical, part of it should be, humanities. We want to concentrate on STEM and what have you. All of those things you agree in the broad, say, okay, when it comes to education, this is how we as a people of Ghana, we want education to look like. And so when I come in as an elected mayor, I have the freedom to be able to say that, okay, in Ghana, we want to be able to educate every child. No one should be left behind. So every child must go to school. How do I do that? How do I fund it, right? Where do I explore efficiencies within, my constraints to be able to deliver on that mandate? So it's a mandate, right? There is an elected mandate, but there are also priorities that can be a mandate that, these are our priorities as a nation. So whether you are in Bunkrugu, whether you are in Sefiwiaso, right, or you are in Anyako, that we have broad parameters, priorities that have to be delivered. And those priorities, you as an elected mayor, you can implement them in your way. But at the end of the day, you have to make sure that we are achieving a target of 100% of all children becoming literate. That is the conversation. I think that's what I am talking about, right? Within the parameters that we are operating under, without.
Maybe let me offer you this
Yes.
provision from Article 186 of the Kenyan Constitution, right? So, respective functions and powers of national and county governments. Maybe it's the division of functions issue.
Yes.
It says, except provided by this Constitution, the functions and powers of the national government and the county governments, respectively, are as set out in the fourth schedule to the Constitution. And then it says, a function or power not assigned by this Constitution, it says, for greater certainty, Parliament may legislate for the, so basically, even though it's not federalism, the moment you start electing subnational units, you do have to contend with the division of labor between those two. Otherwise, then, in fact, you are just doing deconcentration. If you say it's real devolution, then the local unit does have to have certain functions that are assigned it constitutionally so that they can do. And where it's part of the national framework, then they become basically conduits through which we implement policy, right? And maybe that is what I was getting confused by, because
yes.
If, for Maudi's point, Accra should be able to say, look,
injunction which I want to throw in. If you recall, Article 36 deals with economic objectives. Then when you come to 5, we have this provision which says that for the purposes of foregoing clauses of this article, within 2 years after assuming office, the President shall present to Parliament a coordinated program of economic and social development policies, including agric and industrial programs at all levels and in all the regions of Ghana. With this kind of provision, what national policy are you talking about? This one. Yes. It says within 2 years of coming. So if we have a national development planning committee that has done something for 40 years, and then I come to power and I'm told by constitutional injunction that within 2 years I have to bring a coordinated program, would that program, must it necessarily be the same as the NDPC one? Or I can decide to come up with something else? This has always been the problem with this National Development Planning Committee thing.
Yeah, commission.
The commission problem. You can do whatever you like for 40 years. The Constitution says once I take over, within 2 years I should bring my own program.
I think what...
Don't we have to do something about this provision? Is it necessary? Should it be there? If we are looking for long-term solutions for development, should this thing be part of our constitution?
So the Leonard Fellow, I think that the NDPC, what they do is actually in reference to what you have just quoted. So the government introduces that plan through the NDPC. That's how it happens currently. That's in practice.
But you see, they may have their 40-year plan.
Yes.
But what I'm telling you is that once the government comes to power, for example, as ambassador to Canada, after 2 years, when they developed it, they will send it to that this is what we have gotten.
Yes.
And this is what we expect you to do. What do I do with the national development planning policies that have been developed over a long period?
Okay.
I think this provision is unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
Okay.
Yes,
so I get what you mean. But Prof, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to, okay. So I think mine is not a question, but to just indicate that this brings up the issue of the complexities, but also the interlinkages. That you touch one part of the Constitution, you have to go through almost with a fine-tooth comb to identify, the other areas that will be, because we are happily talking about, what do you call it, the election of MMDCs. Now realizing that when you touch that, when you change that, then you have to start looking at what are the parameters, where are the boundaries for decision making, and then you throw in this section that about a 4-year tenure, and then within 2 years. So you do your plan for the second year, and then how many years do you have to...
how many years do you have to finish?
Exactly. So it means that we just need, if we're going to go the election of MMDC's route, then we have to also then identify which other sections of the Constitution will be impacted, including the issue of which powers are ring-fenced for the mayor and which ones can be taken up at the same. When we start going that route too, are we then calling to question the unitary, we are again going for a hybrid system where some powers are given to the MMDCs, So I think that's the point I wanted to.
Thank you. I think that you make my point very well. I'm saying that, if you you must touch here. There are things that it brings about disorder in the current parameters that we are established. And so one of the ways to fix that would be to agree as a people, broad priorities, right? So that even though we are, but it looks like that's the part that is not going down well for people, that I say broad priorities. All I mean is that a coordinated approach to, achieving development. And how do we achieve that development? That's really the conversation we are having now. So that if we elect, then what happens to everything else? That's the big question. If we elect, instead of appointing, if we elect, then what do we do? And I am saying that one of the ways that we could deal with that situation is to agree, a long-term plan that everybody is guided by it. Then we know that, okay, we as the people of Ghana, this is what we want to do for ourselves. When it comes to education, this is it. When it comes to health, this is it. When it comes to agriculture, these are the things we want to achieve. So that even if, because they say, opinions or styles, they are like our noses, right? Everyone has a different one. So definitely, when Mayor A sits in Accra and wants to implement those priorities, it is because of the exigency. He has to look at the exigencies of Accra. What is the situation in Accra, right? So when he's delivering health, the needs of the population in Accra will be different from the needs of, the people in Anglo. So it is then about the individual styles, but you are delivering on the broad priorities. That's my argument. But I will leave it as that. That when we deal with this, we also have to think about, these other parameters and provisions that are captured within the Constitution. Now, professional, elected versus the professional. Now, in the places where they elect, for instance, in the UK, when they elect, the mayor is backed by a certain cabinet that he forms, especially so if it's Labour, they have a cabinet. And that cabinet also has an arm for scrutiny. So there's a scrutiny function, and that function is delivered by somebody else to be able to hold the people accountable. Right? So in the places where it's not an elected mayor and the chief executive works with a cabinet of politicians and a ceremonial mayor, there's still a scrutiny committee. Now, in our case, we talked about the presiding member, that the PM should be that counterbalancing, checks and balance on the DCE and how the DCE operates. That's how our local governance system has been set up. That the PM is the one responsible for that scrutiny function. But I don't think that they do it effectively, or that is really happening. Because remember, he's in there, he wants contract. The DCE is the same one who is able to say, okay, this is the basket of contracts that we have. We're giving PM, we'll give you 2. This one, we give you this. My party people, they take this, right? And so if PM must survive, he needs that contract. And so the PM is aligned. The PM does not oppose or does not hold the DCE currently to anything, to be honest with you, right? The function that the presiding member, if you look at 936, the functions of the presiding member, and the fact that we have this only other statutory committee. The Assembly has 2 statutory committees, the Executive Committee and then the PRCC, the Public Relations and Complaints Committee. And that committee is led by the presiding member. The Executive Committee is led by the chief, the DCE. Then there are all those other subcommittees as part of, but there are 2 statutory committees of the Assembly. Now, the PM and the PRCC, the idea is that, when the people, the DC, if they are misbehaving, they're not doing the things right, then the people can complain to them. right? So they almost like an ombudsman. That's the function that the PM is meant to play, a scrutiny function in there within the assembly. But I think it's something that needs to be looked at, because necessarily, even if you elect, you need scrutiny. Who is going to offer that scrutiny function is very important. And so it's still part of this conversation about once we fix one aspect, we need to be able to look at all these other parameters to ensure that who is it that when it comes to an elected mayor, who is going to, apart from the people, who else is going to, hold them accountable? Now, currently in 936, there's opportunity for recall, right? Maybe now we need to actually, we have to practicalize the opportunities, not make it too stringent, so that, but also we have to get a balance. Exactly. If not, there will be recall every day, right? So once you are elected, yes, and then especially if they are from different parties, especially if we do it on a partisan basis, there will be recall all the time, right? If you find this person and is from that, and the people have voted for him and say we want to shake the system a bit, so we're going to vote for an MPP person, in an NDC stronghold. Every day there will be recall, right? Because they don't like what he's doing, and so it's a balance. But that function still needs to be there to ensure scrutiny of the elected person. So that is important. Whether we strengthen the role of the presiding member or we do away with the presiding member completely is another thing, right? So it's all part of. We have to, yes, we have to find a way to ensure the checks and balances. You talked about the performance contracts, and then monitoring of performance of local governments. Yes, the DPAT process, for instance, if I start with the DPAT process, is the district performance assessment tool. So there's a manual that's developed. I chair the technical committee for the DPAT, right? And so we go through a very rigorous process to put in place all these parameters because the development partners are interested, because they bring money to the table. The Swiss, currently it's the Swiss and then the Germans through KFW who bring in the resources, and then the government of Ghana through the DACF responsiveness factor provide the counterpart funding for the DPAT process. So it's meant to be, okay, once you are delivering according to these targets that we have set, then we give you more money. That's what that process is about, the DPAT process. So it's meant to, and you would find that when you go into the districts, they're very interested in the DPAT projects because they know the resources don't delay. Once they pass the parameters, the money will be released to them. And so they can do development, However, when it comes to DACF, there's not the same, conversation around those. So the DPAT process we could entrench because it's very important that you apply a certain performance measure to how whether the mayor is elected or not. We need to have some measures that local people can use, right, to be able to, hold them accountable. And so maybe that process is one of it. However, what will be the incentive? Because it's like you do well, maybe the incentive will be that if I do well, I'll get elected again. Now, in terms of performance contracts, the performance contracts essentially tie the DCEs to what the government wants to do. So if we then are electing, then performance contracts can't, in the true sense of what we're talking about, we can't do performance contracts. That contract then becomes a social contract between the elected DCE and then the people. Right, so maybe that's how we have to calibrate that aspects of it. Who appoints who? So in the places where the mayor is elected, then he then alongside his cabinet, they would organize interviews for, if you like, their coordinating director or their chief executive, who then runs the day-to-day. Right? Unless we have a situation where the mayor himself wants to do the day-to-day, then he would have, a certain secretariat that works within the structures of the local government. So if they are hiring and firing, do they have the budgets to be able to recruit the requisite numbers of, staff, to be able to execute the agenda, right? Now, earlier I had the conversation about, okay, so if you elect, then what happens to the DACF, for instance? Because the DACF is it's all the resources, and someone manages that. It's the government, right? So if the government collects all these revenues, and then, we need a certain something in place that would determine how, that those resources, even though it's an elected mayor, how those resources are utilized. And they have to do it through the PFM systems that we have in place. So that's why I say it's not a free-for-all, really. The fact that you are elected doesn't mean, because you still have to operate within, unless we say that the PFM systems will also be, will do it in such a way that a sub-national level, PFM, and then the people, so those types of conversations, it's very important. If not, we'll have a situation where, yes, the man is elected, and then he feels that, I think someone referred to local demagogues. That's really it. If we're not careful. So we need to put in place the parameters that would check. It's more like checks and balances. So we elect you, but these are the checks and balances in place to ensure that local people are getting value for money, if you like. The RCCs. Yes, the RCCs. So there are two ways in which the RCCs work. There's the political aspects of the work of the RCCs, and then there's the public administration aspects of it. So the coordinating director, so if you look at Part 8 of Act 936, 186, Section 186 establishes, in each region, a regional coordinating council, its composition, and then I think 188 deals with the functions. And if you see the tall list of functions, right? So they do the political bit, where the coordinating director or the chief director at the region works with the political class by way of the regional minister to, ensure that there's peace and harmony generally. For me, personally, I don't think we need the regions, if you ask me. I'm one of the people who thinks that, we don't need the RCCs, because my argument is that every space is within a local authority area. And so once you have a minister for local, or a minister of local government, that's meant to be dealing with that structure, then why do you need the regional minister and all that, right? Because if it's about Accra, Accra as a region, or Accra, the RCC itself sits, in AMA, right? The regional office sits within AMA. You understand? And for all of them. So what is it? Now, we have created this layer, and then we've kept it going. Maybe at the time we created the regions, they made sense. Maybe they were practical. We wanted to manage, and maybe there's some, yes, exactly. But where we are talking about, and they were deconcentrated when they were set up, purely deconcentrated, right? But today, we're talking about devolution. We're talking about giving the people the power to control what happens within their spaces. And then we're still talking about a deconcentrated, situation with a regional minister. That's why in Accra, I don't know if you've been following City FM, they tend to have this interesting conversation in the morning. Now, they interviewed the regional minister. The minister says she's going to ensure street lighting and what have you within a certain period of time. Really, it's not her job. That is not the regional minister's job, to be honest with you. That is the job of the MMDCs or the districts. That's the job of AMA, right? The whole bureaucracy in AMA, that's their job within their boundaries. Lancontana Medina, that's their job, right? The various MMDCs. So once the political classes or the regional minister gets in there and is doing it, she's essentially doing the work of the district assembly. So that for a lot of people, they're like, oh no, the central government will fix it. So they're looking at the regional minister to come and do it. But really, it's not her job, you know, but hey, it helps. Then she can talk to the, you know, because 936 sort of clarifies the relationship between the MMDCs and then the regional ministers. But honestly, I think that is a layer that we could do away with, right? Many might not agree because of the trappings that that whole structure also brings about. But truly, if you look at it, they are within a space, and that space has an authority. And that authority is responsible for planning, for revenue mobilization, for develop everything, environment, everything. So why then do you need the RCC? What are they supposed to be doing? But of course, we tried to clarify a certain role for RCCs within 936. If you look at Act 462 previously, which was done in 1993, the role of the RCC was not, the function wasn't very clear in there. But 936, we thought to give them certain specific responsibilities so that when you talk about teaching hospitals within the regions, for instance, they have oversight for that. Also, when the MMDAs within their jurisdiction, when they do their bylaws, they can now sort of take them to the regional something for gazetting and whatever. We have, essentially, we've had to create, you know, responsibilities for them, right, in the law. So if you look at 936, you know, 188 onwards, we created those for them. We tried to clarify and add stuff, take a bit from here, take a bit from there to give to the RCCs. But if you ask me through this process, maybe that's one of, and then it will save us money. Right? It will save us money. So everybody who works within the region, they should be posted within the districts. Right? Because or they should go back to the center. Because they're really departmental people, and those departments exist within the districts. So yes, they have budget. Yes. So essentially, I think I already talked about the removal factors, where I talked about the recall. You talked about the runoff. Necessarily, I think we should go for a simple majority, because elections cost money. And so if we have a situation where at the local level, we say that in the interest of democracy, we would elect, but when we elect and there's a tie, or there's a close enough tie, where there's a proper tie, as in 40-40, then yes, definitely you need a certain mechanism for runoff. But if we say that, okay, you know, but to be able to achieve that, we say, look, maybe 40% plus 1. Once you hit 40% plus 1, then you are elected. We have to make it as less costly as possible.
Doesn't have local popular support.
50 plus 1.
But if you do 50 plus 1, you have a runoff. Because basically, if you are going to have an election where you can't control the numbers to 2,
yes,
unless you say only 2 people can contest. But if there are 3 people,
yes,
then you have definitely you are going to get situations in certain places where the person who is leading after the first vote would only have like 30% or 35%.
Yeah.
And then a runoff becomes inevitable,
yes,
right? So once you have simple majority rules, you have to contend, because you also don't want a mayor who doesn't enjoy the support of a majority of the people in the region. So the runoff stuff, it will come.
I think we would have to, yes, even though we would have to, I'm no expert in this area when it comes to election, but I think that we need to find a good way. You know, if not, we will, because 261, so we'll be running, you know, and that will cost, you know, the public purse a lot of money.
Boss, you've come to confuse us if you further. But the more I listen to you and the implications of all these things that we are discussing, the more I'm tempted to maybe suggest that we have a very phased approach towards the introduction of these elected MMDCs. That could we start maybe with a certain number of assemblies, metros, whatever, chosen on a certain, based on a certain criteria. And then we can, after maybe 2, 3, 4 years, assess, you know, how it's going, what are the other areas of the constitution and etc. that needs. And then, because if we just wholesale introduction, you know, it may actually lead to more confusion and etc. So but that could be one of the things that we can consider. That is it possible to phase in the introduction of these reforms, as it were? Yeah.
Please. Thank you very much. My name is George Lai, and I'm also from the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization. Just to add to what my boss has said, so I also want us to also think about the issue of the human resources. Would we want to continue a system where Accra hires human resources for the various districts, 261 of them? Would we want an elected mayor to have control over who becomes his staff? I think it's something that we need to also think about. And just as Alaji said, probably a phased approach should help us to address some of these, because they're very critical issues. I mean, it's in the law. 936 makes provision for assemblies to hire their staff, but then it staggers it by saying that the OHLGS should determine when they want to do that. As to why they haven't done it remains a question for us. So it's something that in electing MMDCs, we should give him that sort of control over his staff. As it stands right now, he cannot control his staff. So in the light of issues of resources and all of that, I mean, how do you ensure that the DC can select the best caliber of staff to help him achieve his agenda? It's something that we should think about. My other issue, this might be my only opportunity, so let me just say it once and for all. It has to do with the creation of districts, which I'm very interested in. And it has to do with Article 47.2 of the Constitution, which I think over time politicians have sort of taken advantage of, because that provision says that a constituency cannot cross district boundaries. So once we intend to create constituencies, then necessarily, so the creating districts have become a conveyor for creating constituencies. So I believe that once we have this opportunity with this process, we should be able to tackle 47.2 so that we can manage the creation of districts in this country. One of the oh yes, I was just trying to frame my arguments in line with what my boss was saying, that when he was trying to say that we operate within a certain framework, and I was saying that, oh, we have SDG, a global goals that we are all working to, but we are different countries and adopting different approaches. So in the same light that he's saying that as a country we need to work within a certain framework, I think the SDG example offers as some level of appreciation that same goals, but then different countries adopting different approaches to how we want to achieve those goals. So those are the two things that I think I want to talk about. Thank you very much. Well, yes, just to add to the issue of the creation of districts. And one thing that we found out from the study was that it's largely driven by development. I mean, people want development. Hence, the creation of districts have also become a way that people can get the development that they want. If you look at the studies conducted by the former Speaker of Parliament, I mean, it's clear, and there's so much literature to prove this, that people want development, aside the other issues of wanting a certain sphere of jurisdiction to match maybe traditional identity and all of those things. It's largely driven by development. So the issue of development, I think it's something that we need to look at if we are thinking of how we can probably slow down the demand for the creation of districts. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is a question, and it's a bit tied to what your colleague just said. You know, in your presentation, you admitted that there are some non-viable districts, okay? That non-viability in terms of economic resources, and all, but they do exist. What would you do with that within the context in which this change is going to happen?
Thank you. I think that's why I talked about the parameters for creation that we need to look at. Because currently, if we say that for a district, you need population of 75,000. For a municipality, you need 95,000. For a metro, you need 250. If it's just that, and then, of course, we have the economic parameters as to, okay, they must be economically viable. But when it comes to the creation, the economic viability factor is not considered very much. Other factors are considered. You know, they take priority over economic viability. And so if there's a semblance of, oh, the population is close enough, then they do it. Because the politician wants to meet a certain, you know, there's the word for it, the sphere of influence, exactly. So they know that once they do it, it should naturally win them more votes. So it creates, so I would say that we should go for percentages of total population. Right, total of national population. So if you say 5% of national population, it's more difficult to achieve 5% of 36 million than if you just say that, you know, do 75,000. Now, but the ones that we already created are not viable. I think we should bring them back. So the best way to do it is to rather have elevations. So let's have more municipalities, right? So that we can put two that already are not, I mean, maybe the place was already struggling. Then they now divide it. Let's put them back together and make them a municipality. Right, so we should look at where, I mean, my answer for him when he got his result, I said that, look, the best way to do it is not to create new districts or not to allow for the argument for new creations, but we have to get to a point, maybe we have to put it in the constitution, that we reach a certain, this is the maximum number of districts, right? And then the rest of it becomes elevations. You elevate to municipality, you elevate to metro, right? And then that way, the numbers help them with more people to pay, you know, then more houses to rate, and then that way I think it's better than allowing for, we already had 261, right? In other places in Europe, they did that. They had a situation where they started rolling back. They started putting them together, you know. In places like Denmark, this is what they do, though. This is what they do. So they have affluent municipalities, and they have less affluent, as we have here in Ghana. Now, they have a system where, at the end of the year, the local government themselves, through their version of NALAG, they put in place a certain parameter, or a certain system, where they divvy up excess to the less endowed resources. Right, from affluent to, so that if it's AMA or the metros, we're saying that the metros in Ghana really, you know, Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, they're well endowed. There's opportunity to raise more revenue. Instead of saying that, no, they don't need the DACF, let's put in place a certain system where the excess is then sent to, or we give them less and give more to the less endowed areas. Then, the equalization, factor then has to be much higher for the less endowed areas compared to, so that's another way of, yes, Doc.
This man, he will take us to 7 o'clock.
I know.
Please, you can piggyback on your bosses.
So I just want to talk about the issue of...
you have the whole day tomorrow.
Just let me...
So after you, then we give it to
okay.
on this one.
So mine has to do with the issue of economic viability. And I think one of the things that we are not really taking into consideration is probably costing even the resources in the places. We look at economic viability in a certain sense, thinking that we don't see a lot of economic activity. But in some places that we conducted studies in, for instance, you go to places like even Binduri, which we consider you'd find tourist potential. Have we costed some of these potentials to think of how economically viable some of these things are? So the challenge or the lacuna here then tends to be the human resources to be able to transform that wealth. That we don't think about. Yeah, we go to Wichao, they have all these crocodile sanctuary hippopotamus sanctuary and all of that, and it's there. Nobody goes there. Nobody knows about them. Have we been able to translate this into some economic potential, which is something we don't think about? So the issue of economic viability, probably sometimes we shallowly consider it. For that reason, we miss out on the issue of economic viability. But I want to believe that everywhere in Ghana is economically viable. Thank you.
No. Well, okay, thanks. Well, what you've said is what, that's why I raised my hands, but you haven't answered it. How long does it take you from idea to establishing, a district or a region? And what factors do you look at? I'm asking this because in Europe, there's a saying they have, especially the Scandinavians will tell you, this is an unusual idea. And they want to then create conditions, test it, look at how the economy, they project over a period of time, what will be the economic viability in terms of, you're talking about tourism, and how will they come and so on. What I see in Ghana is, it's announced new regions are created. It's even better now, it's slowed down. In President Kufuor's time and probably before, after census, they create regions. They need more of these regions. And you ask yourself, yes, constituencies, yeah, and that itself is a problem. So what is the step? There's this phrase, unusual. This is unusual. So they want to prove that empirically, if they decide to create a region, over what, how would they generate revenue, how much would they need, and it might take 4 to 5 years. Here is a political decision. And so I think the technocracy and the principles that will guide things have to be laid out clearly. It's a technical thing. Technocracy is not a political thing that maybe I'll get the vote. If you recall, after every census, we're going to create more constituencies, and then suddenly constituencies are exceeding regions. So I think it's an important. Does Ghana have that? I don't know. So I was very interested in what you were. What determines it, and how long does it take to establish it?
So if you look at it has the processes for the establishment of a district, so that once or the creation of districts, so that once the situation where the constituency, that whole arrangement, once it happens, it says the Electoral Commission, it's led by the Electoral Commission. They do the demarcations, and then the Minister for Local Government then goes with the instrument. Now, I think what your question has to do with what are the reasoning that goes into the establishment. Is that right?
Yes, and feasibility.
Yes. So, of course, they do a feasibility study, which analyzes, or explores assesses the issue of economic viability, because it's one of the parameters, right? And but I'm saying that invariably, when it comes to the decision making, the economic viability scores less. But by law, it's not supposed to. But in practice, you have a situation where, yes, the people want it. There's a congruence of interest. The politician thinks that, okay, if I do it, it will get me votes. Right? The people want it because they think that if it happens, then we get development into our area. Right? So the chiefs and the people, the prominent people, like his research, his thesis proved, they all want it. So there's a certain congruence. But the law establishes the parameters and it doesn't go through any sort of, yes, the government will do the viability analysis. But I'm saying that the decision to do it goes beyond the viability analysis. That is how come we have districts that are not so viable. Because really, if the viability analysis scored higher, then we won't do it. Right? Because why do you do it? You do it to assess whether the place has the potential to be able to raise the revenues to lead the charge when it comes to development within that locality. Right? So, but why do we still do it? That should tell you something, Doc. But as for the parameters, to establish, they are all set out in law. In Act 936, they're there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, last question, and then we will be here forever. Tomorrow is for local government too. You are speaking tomorrow. You are presenting. Maybe after you, I'll allow the honorable just to thank him for being here 3 days in a row. He gets to ask another question, please.
Just a quick one. When it comes to elevation and how do you call it, boundaries, because for 47(2), no constituency shall fall within more than one region. But for example, when you are going to Ebre, yes, it's like, let's say this is the boundary, but because I have a house, so people tend to move. Then there is like, oh, here is still like Ebre, that issue, like what is Ebre Kusu. Then Kaswa, old SCC or barrier. During the lockdown time, they said Accra under lockdown. Then they are saying Kaswa people are like, no, this is central region. So how do the boundaries and elevation, so how do we handle it? Thank you.
Honorable,
actually, I just wanted to chip in that, is it again not a constitutional injunction? Article 47(5) provides that the EC shall review the division of Ghana into constituencies at intervals of not less than 7 years or within 12 months after the publication of the enumeration figures after the holding of a census of the population of Ghana, whichever is earlier, and may as a result alter the constituencies.
It doesn't say alter the numbers. You could just alter the boundaries, which is what most countries do.
Yes.
Our EC has taken that to mean alter the numbers, just keep increasing. So populations increase in every country in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just natural phenomenon. Mm-hmm. But good example, US. The House of Congress, the lower house, is based on population. But the number in the lower house has not changed since, 1911 or 1901?
That's why I'm drawing attention. Right? This constitutional review. Can't we look at it?
Of course.
Should we just leave it like this?
Of course.
So they continue to. So that's why I'm drawing attention. That just look at it. Because we just cannot continue to create districts and constituencies by heart.
But it is an easier escape.
260.
The fact of the matter, even I think Afrajan recognized this danger. but it is easier because to go and tell somebody who used to have a constituency that because population has shifted from your area and has gone to Accra, we are going to increase the number of constituencies. We're going to keep the number fixed nationally at, say, 140. But Accra has gotten an increase in population over the period. So Accra is going to get 5 more constituencies, and it's going to come at the expense of this one, that one, that one. The political cost of making that decision is partly why the EC and the political class, they just look the other way and keep adding to the numbers. Now, they know at some point it's not sustainable. Right? When is that point there? But in other countries, they fix the number. And when population shifts from rural to city, they increase the city's numbers and the rural areas lose constituencies. So there are costs politically to doing it that way, either way, right? But I think we do need to make a decision. You're right. That, and our past constitutions, one of the constitutions, I think 69, or had a maximum of 140.
Yes.
It had a minimum of 104 and had a maximum of 140 constituencies. How would we have dealt with increase in population? We would have kept the number fixed and then be playing around plus or minus depending on where the flow of population was going. So I think we should be able to make that decision, but we are afraid to tackle very hard things. So we keep increasing the number. That is what we have done with our ministers, with our Supreme Court, with every place has no ceiling in this country, right? Everywhere. Districts, no ceiling. Parliament, no ceiling. In other countries, they have ceilings. In Africa, Kenya has 7 Supreme Court justices, fixed. We are currently 19. I didn't even know that, right? They fix the numbers. Senate number, fixed. Assembly, fixed.
In their constitutions.
Yes.
So this is the opportunity.
But we have to take on the political costs. We run away from a lot of these problems because of the political costs. But please, I defer to you. You have the last word, and then we
let's go
bring
ahead.
this to a close.
Thank you. Yes, that's the way to do it is really to take away and set the parameters. So let's set a ceiling, right, for it. And then that particular provision, I think it's 47.5. Then we would have to amend it in a way to set the ceilings, right? And in the case of, I think Honorable asked about, or the gentleman asked about demarcations. Is that right? The law, the boundaries. Okay, so. When you say boundaries, yes, the law, there are demarcations of the areas. So before the minister goes, the LI established in any district, when we're going through the creation process from section 1 to all the way to 4 of 936, it sets the boundaries. So if it's the AMA, and then it's a square, and then it says, okay, you have to scientifically, really, that's what we're supposed to do, but I don't think that we do it that way. We take landmarks, and then they draw a certain, and say, okay, that's how come that we have boundary disputes, even between the districts at the moment. Because it's more like we have not scientifically drawn, because every time that we do it, really what should follow, or what should precede, is for us to do a survey, geodetic survey, right, to chart out the specific boundaries. And then you can say from point A to this, to this, to that, you take the coordinates, and then you put it in. Now, ideally, that's how we should do it, but we don't do it that way. So you have a situation where, one district, they can, the people, when they are collecting revenues, for instance, they probably would eat into another person's area. But I'm not too clear on what your question was about the boundaries. If you could rehash it for me.
Yeah, okay, for example, Brekusu side and Ayi Mensa.
Yes.
It's like when you are going, people are like, oh, here is Ebri.
Okay.
But then people here, like in Accra, say, no, this is still Accra.
Yes.
Yeah. So
okay.
that's what I want. It's like
so
people are coming closer, but
okay.
then they are saying, okay, this still a break.
No, it's true. It's about the boundaries that have been set in the LIs. The LI establishing the place is what really we should go with. So even if it urbanizes, it's still Kaswa. Even if the development now looks like it's Accra, but really geographically, and that would be reinforced by the geodetic surveys if we actually had the parameters in there to say that, okay, from latitude this to that, or coordinates this to that, you would find that, okay, this part is still central region. It's just that the development is so close to Accra, so it makes it, look like it is no longer central region, but it's still central region.
Or the real estate developers want to call it East Accra Hills.
Exactly.
Even though it's Kaswa.
And the other thing to add, in other places, for instance, when it comes to development, because my colleague was talking about the fact that it's all about development. Ghanaians are interested in development. The local authorities have several opportunities. In other places, in the UK, for instance, they have Section 102 agreements. It's called planning gain. Now, the planning gain just means that because they are the foremost planning authority, every planning application, there's a charge. And then if it's a big development, they can then say, okay, if you're building 2,000 homes in our area, it means more people will be moving in there. We need more schools. We need more GP or health facilities and all these others, right? And so because of that, if the project is worth 10 million, 30%, between 10 and 30% of that total worth comes to the local authority in either cash for them to be used to do this, or you do it for them.
The services.
The developer provides those, right? And it's something that I think we need to have in our constitution. Yes, we do have laws that, the LUSPA Act, I think, is meant to, and then the Local Governance Act, they meant to, but it's not very clear, right? But local authorities really, if we want to empower them, that's one of the ways. So that out of planning gain, you plan, because you don't have a situation where the developers will put up beautiful houses, and then the road leading to the development is terrible.
Fantastic.
And then they'll be blaming the local authority, right? But if we had this situation where when the planning application comes and they're giving the approval, they lock in, legally. You give us this amount, we do the provision of the public realm services, or you provide them as part of the project. And if you don't do it, then we take part of the development. And the UK, they do it for social housing. So they will say, okay, we'll take a part of, the houses, and then so you find very affluent people living in the development, and there are some people who, exactly in the same, so it's one of the ways that we should provide for, and then maybe I think we should consider it. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gameli Hodofia. This has been very helpful. We've had a wonderful day of conversation. Somehow I'm inclined to, the more I listen to these things, especially with respect to local government, I'm thinking maybe it was a blessing that the attempt to elect MMDCs failed. Because had we done it without all these other things, without taking on board all these other issues, then we would have had to face this reality after the fact. Because we were just going to elect MMDCs, and the only thing we were thinking about was party or no party. Then you go and elect, and you're like, oh, but this one, but that one, but that one, but that one. So my colleague said, when you touch this part of the Constitution, it's a system. It's connected. It's a whole ecosystem. So it's important. This conversation has highlighted that point that, you can't do these things in silos. And it's a very important lesson for us. And we thank you and Dr. Ofe Abuaji and our colleague Paul Kofor for really bringing this very important interconnection out in your presentations. Tomorrow we continue with the conversation on local government and decentralization, We invite all of you back so that you can share your knowledge and expertise with us. We'll have 2 lead presentations, but the more of you there are in the room, the better, so we can have a very robust conversation. For us here, you know, we're recording everything, but we're also taking notes. Both as members and then the staff are also taking notes. And we will call you back, no longer as presenters, but as resource persons, you know, when we get back from all of the engagements and we now sit as a committee to take on board whatever it is that all the things we have learned before we start attacking the problem or the task that has been given us to make recommendations. So thank you very much. Thank all of you for coming and staying through. You know, the fact that you've taken, you've taken your time to come here, the fact that we don't have, you know, money for TNT or anything, but you've come on your own volition. We appreciate that. You know, this is a very patriotic national sacrifice. But we think it means you take this seriously. Like we do, we appreciate the fact that you attach a lot of significance to this. So those of you who are repeat players who have come here since day one, special thanks to you for being continuing to be part of the conversation. So we'll see you here tomorrow at 10 for another round of conversations around the same issue. Maybe hopefully tomorrow we can finish a little early so that you can all have a longer weekend. So Kweku, Ideg, you know, Kwabena, Paul, Kameli, and your team, please come back and let's continue to talk about these same issues tomorrow. Have a good evening. Thanks.